And we are starting. Hello, beautiful people here at Cyber City. My name is Marius Briedis. I'm going to be your host today. I'm the CTO of NordVPN. I'm really happy to be here because I don't know if you noticed a little bit, we changed some things. I think I'm hearing myself somewhere. That's really interesting as well, but it's fine. What I mean by that, because usually it was NordSec Tech Days. Right now we are Tech Days, and we are going into open waters because all the TESO community is joining. I'm pretty happy to announce that today. Some informational things. We have a lounge area here. If you are at Cyber City, please join us live to mingle with the fellow engineers. And we're gonna have an after party there as well after the Tech Days event. What else? We have a pretty diverse agenda. We're gonna have people from Nord Security, Hostinger, and other TESO companies, as you can see. But we're gonna start strong. We're gonna start with Matas. That's gonna talk a little bit about his experience with how to make sure that softwares are writing good software and not going into disasters. That's really interesting. What else? We're gonna have system engineers from Hostinger, gonna introduce a really interesting tool. We're gonna have even Emilia from our law department that's gonna talk what are coming in the near future about the Cybersecurity Act and NIS-V2. So there are a lot of things to discover and learn. If you are on Slack, you have a possibility to join the Slack channel. You will have the ability to ask questions in the threads for the speakers. I'm gonna address them here live as well. So please do that. If not, you can talk with them live, which I would like you to do just to get to know people and to share the knowledge as much as possible. So, without further ado, Matas, he is cloud native, one of the cloud native founders, right? There is a really great meetup that is going on here in Lithuania as well. Please join that. There are so many good experiences and knowledge sharing events in there as well. But Matas, take it away and enjoy the ride.
Thank you. Good. Hi everyone. I'm really happy to see you all here, especially people from Kaunas. I hope you are fresh and energized after yesterday's victory in Kaunas. Very interesting and an important part. This presentation, even I'm working in Google Cloud as customer engineer, it's not related to Google. This is about my experience by doing IT, SRE, DevOps, platform engineering job in Vinted, in Adform, and I added a bit of experience what I'm seeing here in Google. So this is about the best practices. When I'm introducing myself, I'm saying that I'm Matas, and for the last 20 years in the industry, I'm doing migrations. I'm migrating. I started from migrating Windows XP to Windows 7, later migrating physical machines to VMware, later VMware to cloud, later Proxmox to OpenStack, and all these things. I'm doing migrations for the last 20 years, and I'm going to do it for the next 20 years as well, so I'm sure. Yes, so this is the thing. Important part about the topic is that today's software engineering is really modern thing. We are writing a lot of software. And we know that it's not perfect, yes? And we have some techniques to cope with that. Usually these techniques include various testings, yeah? If we are writing small function, we have a unit test for that function to see if that is correct. Later we are adding these functions to some kind of components. We are testing components. We are launching these components in bigger code, etc., etc., etc. It's expanding. The problem with that is that we never can test everything for sure. This is a great example. If I have a mobile app which have some feature flags, yes, I can enable or disable some features. And if I want to test that functionality and I have some feature flags, the complexity is rising exponentially. So from 10 feature flags, I need at least 1,000 tests to cover all the possible ways of how application can work. If I'm adding 2 extra feature flags, it's 4,000 tests to run. So the complexity is rising very fast, depending on how we are operating with software. It is example for a mobile app, but if you add a full stack, there is front end and back end, some database, etc. All of these have some parts where we can change, and each and every change is impacting environment around. Yeah, that is really important part about this. Some examples of how things can go wrong. One of good example is Java, with the settings for DNS caching. How many times you have been hitting your head to the wall trying to change DNS server settings in various parameters, etc., when your Java process is caching some weird IP address and you're hitting API which is not important anymore, etc. So it just adds complexity. Yes, each and every time we try to do something in one place, but most likely something is going wrong in another place. Yeah, we have a famous acronym about DNS, yes, or DNF. DNS, network firewalls. From IT world, from SRE, DevOps world, it's a place where we are operating, and software engineers usually are hitting. It's firewall issue, it's DNS issue, etc. In some cases, it's true, but there are some cases where the software itself is not doing intended things, or we are not aware that it is working in that way. Another example could be about the load testing. Yes, when we deployed some kind of API, have we ever tested, an example, what is going to happen if client will send HTML to API instead of JSON? How our application is going to deal with that? I can answer you. Usually we don't test such things. Either we trust on frameworks we use, or we are not aware about this. And we know that there are a lot of bad actors on the internet who are trying various things with your applications. Another example, it's about how applications are communicating. And if you are connecting from the client to the server, there are multiple steps how connection is made. First of all, you have a TCP connection to the through the network device to our server. And later, when that TCP connection is in place, you are added to the application layer to make the progress. What is happening if server is accepting TCP connection, but application layer, in example, Nginx, doesn't have memory or resources to go further? You are in the middle. From the client side, you see that connection is in place, but your packets, your workflows are not going through. We need to think about it, and usually we are facing it and improving once we are hitting these problems. Third party. I believe all of us are aware that we are depending on third party. Libraries for math, libraries for connection, libraries for HTTP, etc. Usually we just import these libraries into our code, and we utilize them. There are good libraries, there are open source libraries, well-maintained libraries, bad-maintained libraries, etc. But we are depending on that. And we are not sure how the third party is operating that library. If we are doing proper testing on their side, if we are doing some kind of security patching, etc. That's a challenge, and we should be aware about it. One of a good example is this one. A few years back, PHP Git server, they were hosting PHP Git server on their own machine somewhere. In that server, there have been a pull request which was made by a creator of PHP language. Yes, they found out that he was not creating it, that pull request, so someone hacked the server and signed a commit instead of co-founder. As usual, in security, people were clever. It was small, fixed typo, whatever, so it seems something what we can just approve and go on. The case was that this was the commit made to that. So what the commit was doing, if that would be merged into the master for PHP server, all the servers which have been updated to that version will be vulnerable for remote code execution via headers. Thanks God, PHP applied some good practices on peer reviewing, and someone was brave enough to challenge creator of PHP for his pull request. so we got it. But it is, it's real struggle. It's really challenging on that. And when we are operating software, all the things which are shared could happen at the same time. We import new library versions, we are making new connections to new servers, we are adding APIs, etc. It's really complex. Yeah. 1 week back, we had a Black Friday. During Black Fridays or bigger events, it is usual inside the companies to agree that we are going to have some kind of crowd freeze, release freeze, etc. to not make something what could change behavior of our systems, because a lot of new load is coming to that. That has one challenge, maybe not one, but several challenges. Yeah, these systems, during that time when we are not releasing the code or doing changes, are not in the normal state. Example, if you have a backend server where you are doing deployments each and every day, these services are restarted, processes are restarted, memory cleaned, etc. If you are freezing and not doing deployments for a week, most likely if you are not using proper logging, the logs are written inside the file system on the server, you will be overflashing it. If you have a memory leak, which was healed by constant deployments, memory will leak and hit your process. And there are a lot of other things which could happen because you change behavior, how you're operating software. It seems, oh, my system will be so stable, I am not changing it. But in reality, the things are happening. Software is operating while you are not doing the changes. And that is a change as well. And we need to be aware about it. That's fine. The code freezes, even in Google, I'm seeing that they have agreements of what not to do during some important things. But we should be aware about it. Yeah? So the question is, how software engineers can help us, SRE, DevOps, IT persons, to operate the software at scale. Yeah? Most important things, investigate and find out about the timeouts. Timeout is most important thing in anywhere. If you are going to timeout, most likely you will heal the software, you will free resources on the backend or on dependencies, etc. Timeouts are really important. That's why we, as SRE, DevOps, IT engineers, usually love to have some kind of proxies between front-end and back-end, or between back-end applications, because we can control these timeouts instead of software engineers doing it. Istio is very complex. The service meshes are very complex, if you see it that. But why the people created these service meshes? They created because software engineers have not been implementing these strategies. That's why SRE people come with the idea, okay, let's put proxy everywhere between each and every layer in our software stack where we can take these controls. Yeah? As I mentioned before, there are connect timeouts, there are request timeouts, various things, but be aware about it. And first things, what you want to do is to add a timeout. Very common question from software engineers is ask for IT people to increase timeouts. There are cases where you need to increase timeouts, especially in data analytics, etc., where we are processing a lot of data, and usually timeouts are not valid and can be increased. But if it is real-time, some kind of backend API, each and every time when someone is asking you to increase timeout, most likely the problem is not with configuration or timeout setting. The problem is that you don't have resources on the backend to proceed, so you are taking longer. The database is not performing so fast as usually, so you need a timeout to process that request. Temporarily, it's okay to do it, but my advice would be note that, have postmortem, find out where you were lacking of resources, solve it, and decrease timeout back. It's really challenging to set timeout value. You never know what is happening, so it should be 3 seconds, 30 seconds, 60 seconds, etc. My advice, use empirical thing. Just monitor normal application behavior, took P99 or whatever percentile, and added as timeout. It will help. Yeah. After we are timeouting, we need to have some things in software where we are going to retry if we failed and there was timeout. Yeah, so retries are very, very important part of software engineering, and usually retries should be implemented by software engineers. For retries, we as IT, SRE people, don't have too many techniques. Your code should understand when it failed, and it should retry. The mod 1 setting is about circuit breaking, but that's really a complicated thing. I have seen very few companies who implemented it in incorrect way, because you need to adjust each and every process inside your application to do circuit breaking. You cannot do it on server level, it doesn't work. So that's really complex, and usually having timeouts, having retries. If you can add back-off policies to retries, so if retry failed, you add few seconds and you increase that to a certain level, that also helps a lot. Don't afraid to crash or to restart things. Through my years in IT, I have seen so many times that you restart server one time and the problem never appears again. Instead of spending hours trying to understand what is happening, there is hardware, there is software, there are a lot of things. Restart and see. If the problem reappears again, that's fine, it's great, it's reproducible. If it doesn't appear again, super, you solved the problem, close the ticket. Yeah. Another important thing which I have seen people took from mobile world, I would say, because for mobile apps releases, we usually want to do feature flagging, A/B testing, etc. So we are releasing new version for part of users, etc. I have seen the people implementing similar strategies on the backend and SRE and infra side. An example, if you want to change a middleware, I know, PHP Redis library from PHP Redis to pRedis. Yeah? You can test it locally on your computer on some dev test environment, it works fine. On the load, it's not so easy to test it. How you are going to do it? Most likely you don't want to change all the backend servers at the same time with new library. It's a bit challenging and tricky. Even trickier to revert back, because you will be creating a new pull request, merging, building the software, etc. If you can have some kind of control via feature switch, kill switch, etc., where you can say, okay, only part of my new application servers will have this library, and I have a kill switch, which inside the code on each new request will use different library. I have seen that done, an example in Vinted, when we have been migrating and changing frameworks. So it's easy. It's easier if it is monolithic application which are doing a lot of things, and deployment is such challenging. So these controls are in place. You can utilize these controls, and that's very good. Keep in mind that this type of technique is a bit different from A/B testing. Because in A/B testing, usually you want to collect the data about A and B feature. Yes, you want to know how, I don't know, some setting, user, whatever is behaving, if he or she likes it more, etc. On infrastructure, backend engineering, etc., you just want to have just a metric how much of a feature is used. Few percents, 10 servers out of 100, etc. That's enough. You don't need the data. You have a metrics, usually an observability stack. Good. So, operation part. Yeah, we already know about the challenges, some techniques how to do it. First of all, in each and every operation, if anyone asks you to 100% availability, reliability, or whatever, nonsense. It's not possible. Yeah, redefine, agree on something lower, what is achievable. This was taken from the Google. I was checking inside how the people are doing interviews and what Google is asking engineers during interviews. And that came to my mind that we are asking to design some kind of large system, and you should be aware about this table. You can be very, very good at software engineering. Yes, you can use Rust for very performant tasks. But if you are running on HDD, you cannot push it more because technology doesn't allow. Most likely you need SSD for some faster things, or go to memory, all these L caches, etc. There are a lot of cases where you don't care about these numbers. But there are cases, there are services which are really latency bound, data bound, etc. And you should be aware that technology on which you are running that service or application is also important and can improve a lot of things. One thing came to my mind from my experience at Vinted. I was working with Android engineering teams to improve the build times. Yeah, so we have been putting code to the modules to not rebuild on each new change in code to make it faster. So we have been shaving some seconds on 14 minutes pipeline with each change, adding a lot of hours. And once Apple released new MacBooks with M1 CPUs, new architecture, and builds increased twice without changing anything. So we have been shaving on these seconds for build time, and hardware just changed a lot. Good. Important thing, observability and logs. So for observability, usually SRE, DevOps, etc. can help a lot. We have metrics we can collect a lot of from server sides, etc. What we are asking from software engineers, add a bit of metrics which are related to some kind of software. If it is backend application, add additional latency. Add some things which are useful for both SRE, DevOps people to operate with software, and for you as well. Logging is challenging because usually we are using a lot of different programming languages, and each and every time the language has different library to do the logging, and format is different, etc. So please make logs usable and understandable, yes? What I want from log? I want to understand what was happening, when it was happening, and where I should look. Logs shouldn't solve all the problems about like performance. Usually logs don't allow us to understand why it was happening. Logs should allow us to understand that it was happening, to be aware, and then we can go deeper. Yes, do some profiling. I saw that there will be some sessions about some profiling, etc. But logs should allow us to understand what is happening and where to look. It's a bit different from the metrics because metrics indicate that something is not right. Latency increased. We get that data from metrics. When we go to logs and think, okay, latency increased, so I am seeing some bad things happening in logs, and then I can check what is happening further. Yeah? The golden thing is this: requests, error duration. Whenever you are deploying something new into the production, I believe we shouldn't allow the software to go in production if these metrics are not provided, because it gives a lot of details and understanding how the software is running. If I'm seeing the load, yes, how much requests, how much the service is used, I can see when there is a drop, increase, etc. So it indicates me that something is happening. I want to see the error rate, so I can see the change from good requests to bad requests, etc. And I want to have some latency metrics to understand what is happening. If latency decreased, error rate increased, most likely there is database issue because the process is just not connecting to database, not processing, throwing error at its very fast at errors. Yeah, if it is vice versa, there is no error rate, but the latency increased, it gives me indication somewhere is performance issue. Yeah, so these are very golden things. Another important part where I like Kubernetes and what Prometheus community have done, it's allowing us to expose the metrics from single host in this format. Yeah. So health pages or whatever, usually it is endpoint on web application, API, etc., where I'm exposing some metrics, but also I can expose some data about the dependencies. If my backend application is connected to Redis, if it is connected to database, where it is connected, what kind of versions it is using, etc. It really enables us to solve problems faster because I can go to this specific server from monitoring and logging, understand that this server has a problem. I'm hitting this page, and based on the data, I already can have some insights what is happening. Additional thing, it's about the metrics format. Usually in metrics, especially in Prometheus or OpenTelemetry or whatever now it's the technology, usually we are exposing application metrics. But for us, it's really easy to add additional data about the server, with what kind of framework it's running, what kind of version it's running, what kind of library it's running, etc., etc., etc. A lot of data can be exposed here, and it is allowing us to understand the state we are running. Because if you are using some kind of configuration management, there is a delay. We are not sure if Puppet, Chef, or whatever has already run on that server, if that changed the library, if restarted the servers, etc. From here, from the code itself, I can expose these versions, and I can inform colleagues around that it is what kind of state it is running. HTTP headers, I believe it's very, very valuable thing. One example is from migrations, where people are migrating, an example, to Kubernetes in Docker instead of physical servers or virtual machines. If you are running really large scale, most likely you will have some time where you are going to run part of the application on typical VM physical server layout, and part will be migrated to, an example, Kubernetes engine. And I am testing it from an example web site. Yeah? So I have a web front end running. That front end is connecting to backend API. And I am not aware usually, if I am on this session, which type of infrastructure is processing. It is Kubernetes or it is physical server. So you can expose that data for colleagues with additional header and say server type 1, server type 2, or whatever. So whenever I'm testing something from the web perspective, I'm aware that, okay, this session is proceed and it's made by new technology. If there are problems, it can help us to solve it. Don't expose too much data through headers. There are a lot of scrapers all around the world. I think you are aware about some of these, which are getting intelligence from these headers. Usually you can mask it. Instead of saying this is Kubernetes, this is VM, say type 1, type 2. You will know what it is. The third parties don't. Some interesting things from the Google interviews about designing large-scale software. There is an ask and agreement to make things simple. Imagine you have an image server which can accept new images and can serve new images. Inside, it is considered not a very good and best practice to put everything into a single application because it has some challenges. New image upload, it's a slow operation where there will be very few requests in compared to serving these images. And it has a totally different pattern and requirements for the latency, etc. So imagine if you are configuring some kind of timeouts to the server. Yes, for request, you want to have milliseconds. For upload, you want to have 10 seconds. It's difficult to tune the settings. Yeah. You can do this instead. Have two servers, one responsible for only serving, another for uploading. You separate the work. You can scale independently, and you can fine-tune the servers based on the load. It's applicable to large systems. I am not advising you to have this architecture for a server which is getting 10 requests per day. It doesn't matter. But if you are really designing large system, think about it. It will be much simpler. And whenever you're saying, hey, images are not shown on this or on that web page, it is clear for you that I have a single technology for this, for serving images, and I know where to check it. Good. So this concludes my presentation. Just a note about it, yes? Implement and have timeouts and retries into your application stack. Give some logs and observability about what kind of software and how we are running it. Have some health check pages and proper headers in the place if you are doing a lot of changes or you want to expose additional data. Yeah, and scale by using some techniques which could be available for various backend, front-end app, mobile app applications. That's it. Thank you.
Great one, Matas. Thank you
Thank you.
For sharing. Do we have any questions from the audience? Everything was so clear and precise, and you learned something new, right? Okay, I have to then. The most memorable incident in your career? 2 or maybe 3.
One incident was when Donatas disconnected our data centers.
Donatas is here. Okay. Can you tell more about it? What?
Maybe. Yeah, we have been working. So I remember it. What we have done to reconnect with data centers, because data centers was quite far away, so from Vilnius to Copenhagen. So we asked some persons inside the data center to use TeamCity or whatever with specific cable to attach back to the same switch where Donatas repaired it. But interesting story about that we changed. Wasn't forced, but it was interesting because we were preparing for DDoS. So we disappeared from the internet, and that DDoS attack never came. So maybe it was a good thing.
So Donatas did a great job, right? He just prevented the attack.
Sorry, Donatas, for exposing you, but you know.
Yeah, Donate, this would be a great story to tell in Tech Days as well, one time, right? Okay. Yeah, of course. How did you disconnect the data center? Another one, you were talking a little bit about supply chain. This is really a big and critical topic, I think, still nowadays. What do you think are the best practices right now? For example, have you seen something?
Yeah, so it's really interesting. I have another presentation for that, maybe for the next time. But that's really challenging topic because I have been investigating it a bit a few years back. When I was leading platform engineering in Vinted, I have iOS developers, Android developers, web developers. For the backend infra side, we have at least some patterns and understanding how the security should be implemented. We have some tools. When I went to Android developers and asked, hey, are we doing anything about the security? What kind of techniques we are using, etc.? It's none. At that time, it was none. So there's one framework, salsa.dev, SLSA.dev. So Salsa framework, which tries to define how we should operate with software, doesn't matter what kind of software, and what specific patterns can be applied based on the step. What I shared with PHP server was one step, peer review of having Git at all, yes, not doing it on the server if you don't need it. Later, you have some kind of build systems, which can be compromised. So there are techniques on build systems, how you're doing. I believe next presentation is a very great example about build systems because it refreshes everything, and most likely it's less vulnerable for anything. So on each and every step in software supply chain, there are some different techniques. So let's leave it for another topic, but yes, that's really challenging.
No, don't leave it. I just want to ask one more thing about it. Do you have some techniques for checking the second layer for supply chain right now? Because, we do the SSDLC like a normal cycle. Yeah. We usually do the first check, the first dependencies, but dependencies, this is kind of a messy thing.
Yeah, that's a messy thing, so I can comment on that from the Google Cloud perspective. So we have a specific repos for, I believe now it's for Golang and Python. I need to double check, but there are a few languages where Google Cloud is doing extra vulnerability testing, assurance, etc. And we are providing these packages through separate repo, which is like not tested, etc. It's used inside, and it's also available for external usage. So that is the tactic which I'm seeing, which can address that topic a bit.
Okay, awesome. Gonna wait for you next time then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so catch Matas if you want to talk a little bit more about engineering everywhere. Google, Vinted, Adform, data centers turning off, etc. He has a lot of experience in that, I guess. We have to move on. And the next speak is going to be from the guys from Hostinger. I'm really happy to introduce them because it's the first time the Hostinger is here on the Tech Day stage. And they have some support in the audience as well. And they're going to introduce the evolution of their CI/CD. The tag that they are using, I think, is really cool. I was playing a lot with it lately for the past several weeks. I really like the technology, and I think we should introduce that at Nord as well. But guys, take it away and enjoy.
Thank you. So hello everyone, my name is Kazimieras. I'm here today with my colleague Konradas, and our topic for the day is the evolution of CI/CD infrastructure at Hostinger. So the agenda is that it's a two-parter. I'm gonna cover the part of how things were done in the past, and Konradas will present the infrastructure stack that we have now in the present. So the majority of the CI/CD infrastructure was relatively unchanged for the past decade, and this all resolved around this dude. Most of you probably know this logo. This is Jenkins, which is an open source, highly pluggable automation server, which was introduced in 2011. It was well maintained, probably still is. It is highly pluggable. You can have a plugin probably for almost any imaginable build process that you need. It is somewhat scalable to an extent, and it did the job pretty well in the early days for us, because the architecture and the infrastructure was not really complex. But then the inevitable happened, as with probably any growing architecture. We started to implement microservices. We started to migrate things to containers. We had to adopt the pipelines to support deployments to container engines like Kubernetes. And the pipeline started to grow, began to they were hard to maintain, hard to debug. We had to support the VM infrastructure as well as the container infrastructure. Plugins, they were a nightmare to manage. Plugins usually contained a lot of vulnerabilities in them, and we have to update them constantly. Like, if you had the experience to update several Jenkins plugins at a time, reboot the server and watch it come back up, praying there will be no errors. Well, we feel for you. The language that it was configured is also kind of painful. Scaling it was a nightmare as well, because you had to write automation for every single scenario and bootstrapping new VMs to add to the system. Config management was kind of difficult. It was written in every job config is written in XML. You have a variety of them. How do you manage it? Do you scatter it around over multiple repositories or store it in a single repository? Then you have some automation pushing these changes to the Jenkins server. Or you can use a Jenkins configuration as code plugin, which was not ideal either. You have a variety of different dependencies that you need to support, for example, like different language frameworks like Node.js or package managers like Composer, NPM, etc. How do you, like if one microservice requires one version of the package manager and another microservice requires another version, so how do you manage that? But you could possibly use containers to run Jenkins slaves in, or you can use VMs. Then you have to bake the images for the VMs, manage that in some automated fashion. You have to use configuration management for that, like Ansible or Chef. So that was kind of painful. And then as we were moving to containers, we of course used Docker to build the images for them. Docker builds are ephemeral, so you have to have caching available, of course. So caching uses a lot of disk space, and I cannot tell you how many times our engineers had to have some on-call procedure to deal with Jenkins slaves running out of disk space. So just the duct tape solution was to run a cron job every night with Docker system prune command. Not great. So it was apparent that we had an issue on our hands, and we were trying to search for solutions. GitHub released GitHub Actions in 2018. It was really growing fast in popularity. It was a declarative approach to a CI system, all configured in YAML files, stored within the GitHub repositories. We started to explore that option. Also, we were using Kubernetes at the time, so this was actually considered. Just for a brief moment, like for a few minutes, we considered that. But we we dropped the idea pretty fast. And we were also developing our in-house private cloud based on OpenStack. So we thought, why not run GitHub Actions, GitHub runners on VMs, since hosting GitHub Actions on GitHub were pretty expensive, and we wanted to have that on premise. So we employed OpenStack. We but another requirement for us was a hard requirement for the jobs, for the build jobs, to be ephemeral, completely ephemeral, from start to finish, and leave no garbage behind. So the idea was to run a GitHub runner in a Docker container. But another requirement, as we're using Kubernetes, was to build Docker images inside. So this came to the solution to run Docker in Docker. But we wanted to do it without root privileges, and that was kind of hard at that moment. So we found an open source container runtime called Sysbox from the Nestybox project, and that allowed us to have an unprivileged Docker in Docker environment. So this was the initial architecture. All the runners were ephemeral with the help of Sysbox, running on a autoscaling group in OpenStack. And in OpenStack terms, that was called a heat stack. We placed them behind a NAT gateway, so all the runners could talk to the internet and our other infrastructure. And we slapped a Harbor Docker caching in front of them, so Docker pulling images was cached, and this led to speed improvements. Also, we started using GitHub Actions with a fraction of the cost, since they were running on premise. Was it ideal? Well, not entirely. For starters, let's say we wanted to upgrade the runner version, or some package in a pre-baked VM image. Updating the image and rolling it out to the autoscaling groups usually took like an hour, and it blocked the whole work for the organization, who were depending on that autoscaling group. So it had to be done during non-working hours, and we usually needed to have an engineer to babysit the whole process. We also didn't have autoscaling for the groups. They were actually scaled manually because the process to do it was not trivial. You had to listen to some webhooks or metadata from GitHub and write just a custom piece of code to autoscale the pools. Maxing out a pool meant that all the other jobs were stuck in a queue waiting for the pool to free up. Images had to be slim, because the way that Sysbox works is it copies the whole file system to another place in the disk on container startup. So that was kind of painful as well. Different CPU memory configurations, or in OpenStack terms, flavors. If you say you wanted to have some amount of CPU or memory for one pool, and then another pool with another configuration. So you have to maintain these pools and have them having some runners on standby at all times to not cause delays in startup times and not putting the jobs in queues. So that was kind of an overhead on resource side. So it was obvious that this system needed improvements as well. So now my colleague Konradas will present to you the current architecture and the solution that we have.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Kazimieras. Yeah, so let's shift our focus to the present. And like Kazimieras said, the current solution that we had was good, but it was not ideal. And we were exploring a range of options to replace that. And currently in the market, there are a lot of solutions available, but they are not completely open source. Actually, out of all these options, the only open source option is the Actions Runner controller. But because it's heavily based on Kubernetes, and yeah, it requires Kubernetes, so at the time we didn't have a Kubernetes cluster on premises, so that led us to the decision that we needed to build our own GitHub Actions Runner solution. And to do that, we needed two things. The first thing is that we needed to choose a runtime. So for the runtime, we chose Firecracker, which is an open source virtualization technology that is purpose-built to create and manage secure multi-tenant container and function-based services. It uses KVM under the hood, and what I like about it is that it has a minimal memory footprint. A big plus is that it's used by AWS in Lambda and Fargate services. And the selling point for Firecracker was that it can boot a virtual machine from under a second. There are other solutions out there, for example, Cloud Hypervisor, but we chose Firecracker because it's more popular. Another thing we needed is to choose an orchestrator. So we chose Nomad because Kubernetes was out of the option. Nomad is a simple and flexible scheduler and orchestrator that deploys and manages containers and non-containerized applications across on-premises and cloud environments. It has a single binary, small footprint, and it's really easy to manage, a lot easier than Kubernetes. And the selling point for Nomad was that it had a task driver for launching non-containerized workloads using Firecracker. Yeah, and then what we needed is to glue those two things together. So we needed a GitHub webhook receiver, which would create a Nomad job for every GitHub workflow job that we received. And we needed an image for Firecracker that would start the GitHub runner and register itself to GitHub. So the first one is basically a really simple Golang HTTP application, which just receives an HTTP request from GitHub, and then creates the Nomad job, which in turn launches the Firecracker micro VM, which in turn then registers the self-hosted GitHub runner to GitHub. And for the image, we needed to decide how to build it, and there are many ways to do that, but we chose to go with the Dockerfile approach. We wrote the Docker file, which installs self-hosted GitHub runner inside it and all the tooling that we needed. And then we build the container and extract the root file system, then give that to Firecracker micro VM. And yeah, everything worked, but we wanted to make it faster. And we analyzed the startup times and saw that the runner service is taking 15 seconds at least to start. And we figured out that it's caused by the GitHub runner registering itself to GitHub, basically the configuration. And later, GitHub released a feature that's called JIT, just-in-time runner configuration, which pre-configures the runner and saves at least 15 seconds. So yeah, this is a screenshot how it looked like in the UI. Everything worked. And we were able to auto-scale the runner. We were able to schedule it on specific data centers. But then the next day, we walked into the office, opened the news, and saw that HashiCorp decided to change its open source license to business source license. Yeah, what a tragedy. But it didn't affect us really much. But we decided not to stick to the hard dependency on HashiCorp product, which could even change the license a few years from now. And instead, we decided to do a crazy thing, to write Nomad, to write an orchestrator. So what actually is an orchestrator? So they link clusters of worker servers together and offer an API to run jobs on them. It contains scheduling, bin packing, resource constraints, self-healing, and all the good stuff. An important thing to note is that all orchestrators contain some kind of scheduling functionality, and good examples of it are Kubernetes and Nomad. So yeah, I dived deep into the topic and looked into how Kubernetes does it. So this is a picture of a scheduling cycle from the Kubernetes scheduler. Essentially, it's broken down into several parts. So that's enqueue, filter, score, and bind. When we get a webhook from GitHub, we enqueue it into the scheduling cycle. Then we have a list of nodes. We filter them by CPU or memory filters. So for example, if one node has enough memory to host or allocate the runner, once we filter out the nodes, we score the rest of them. So we score by CPU utilization or some other kind of filter. Then the last step is to bind them and assign the GitHub runner to the virtual machine. And the question we were asking, could it really be that hard? And it wasn't, at least the initial version. My colleague Aziz named it Conradnetes because it's very similar to how the Kubernetes scheduler worked. So it all begins with the user triggering the GitHub workflow. Then the server receives the GitHub webhook for each workflow job event and creates a runner with a pending state. So basically, it enters the scheduling cycle. Then the scheduler loops through the filters, loops through the scorers, and assigns the pending runner to the best eligible node. Then on the bare metal side, we have a client that polls the server for assigned runners and starts micro VMs, which in turn the micro VM registers itself to GitHub and starts running GitHub workflow jobs. Yeah, this version worked. It contained all the necessary functions, reconciliation, scheduling, and all the good stuff. It also contained resource management. So basically, we allocate it based on the CPU and memory. But we went back to the whiteboard, and here's a few issues that we faced. So the first one is that we couldn't afford to lose a single webhook. So we lost a few webhooks due to some networking issues or something failing on our side. And each time we lose, the developers come knocking on our door. Hello, GitHub runner is not working. What did you do? And we looked into using Argo events, because Argo events adds the persistence layer, so basically with NATS Jetstream. Another issue that we had is that GitHub sometimes doesn't send the webhook. So sometimes we lose them, sometimes it doesn't even send them. And if we, for example, launch a Firecracker micro VM, the job runs, but GitHub decides, let's not send the workflow job finished event. And the Firecracker VM remains in the running state. We have to interfere and manually destroy it, because otherwise it will hold and allocate CPU and memory usage. So basically, it will allocate, if we don't interfere, it will allocate all the memory, and new runners will be in pending state because no memory is left. So we thought that orchestration is actually really hard to do, especially alone. And we wanted to keep it simple and not reinvent the wheel. Yeah, so we did a refactoring. I can tell you that nobody reviewed the code. Nobody. Even I didn't know what was going on. But yeah, we managed to save 5,000 lines of code and simplify it. So basically, the application looked like this. Once it started, it loads all the pools from the configuration file. So a pool is basically a group of Firecracker micro VMs with specific GitHub runner labels and specific machine configuration. And once it starts all the Firecracker pools, it starts the Firecracker micro VMs and ensures every minute that the minimum amount of GitHub runners are running. We also left the ability to scale based on workflow job events. So we left the ability to scale, and we came up with the mixed usage of pool-based scaling and webhook-based scaling. So, but we don't use scaling based on workflow job events anymore. And it worked, and it was fast, but we wanted to make it even faster, and we started min-maxing. So we came up with the idea of using Node Local S3 cache using CVDFS, and also Node Local Docker layer caching. So on each node that we had, we launched a Docker registry. In the example here, you can see the IP address. So basically, it's communicating from the Firecracker VM to the host. And yeah, on each workflow, we needed to add a step that would utilize this Docker layer caching mechanism. And in the past, we used the same caching mechanism, but with S3 cluster. And this one is a lot faster. It's faster also because the hardware that we use. So we had the 7 nodes of 64 cores, 500 gigabytes of RAM with NVMe drives. And in total, over those 7 nodes, we have 430 runners always on standby, 5 pools of variable sizes. So for example, we had a pool with 2 CPU, 4 gigabytes, and a pool with 4 CPU, 8 gigabytes. Now, to migrate everything to use this new solution, it could have been simple. We have 550 GitHub repositories. We could have automated the label change, so we needed to change only the label. But we were good engineers and wanted to shoot 2 rabbits with 1 stone and also implement Docker layer caching. So this required for us to manually go over all the repositories, all the workflows, and each workflow even could have a lot of jobs. And for each job to insert the step to utilize Docker layer caching. So yeah, if we automated, this could have took at least 2 months, I think. But this took over a year to fully migrate. We have now finished the migration. Talking about the current scale, last month we had 900,000 minutes per month. That equals to about 262,000 jobs. So 1 job is 1 micro VM. That's about 6 jobs per minute. If we compare, for example, to our competitors that are also utilizing Firecracker, in their blog post, they claim to be using at least creating 20,000 micro VMs per month. So our scale is at least 20 times that much. Moving on to the cost savings, 900,000 minutes per month. If we assume that all the workflow jobs are running with 8 cores, then if we use the GitHub hosted solution, we would require at least $1 million per 3 years. While with the self-hosted, including the initial investment of those 7 servers, it's equal to about $100,000 per 3 years. So that's a 10x savement per 3 years. Talking about the cost savings, the results speak better for themselves, but it all depends on the workflow, and if the workflow is utilizing the caching mechanisms. But we sometimes manage to save from 29 minutes to 3 minutes, from 5 minutes to 3 minutes, and the performance that we had was satisfying. And yeah, we learned a few lessons. The first one is that the simplest solution is probably the best one. We could have went with the pool-based scaling approach without reinventing the wheel with the trying to copy Kubernetes-based scheduler. And what we learned also is that there's always something to optimize. You just have to try. So for example, we were utilizing S3 cache for Docker builds, but we found out that it's a lot faster if we do it with Docker layer caching. So that means that great things take time. And to finalize, we are open sourcing this solution and giving back to the community. So if anyone is using GitHub and wants to run self-hosted GitHub Actions runners on their bare metal machines, check out the repositories, comment, share, try to test it, leave any issues, and let me know. Thank you.
A great one. I think we're going to have a lot of questions. I hope so. So do we have a mic here somewhere for the audience? Yeah. Pauli. It's coming. The mic is coming. Great talk, guys. Really, really interesting journey. I have some questions too.
Yeah, nice talk. Very interesting indeed. So one question is, the Firecracker VM, is it primarily like can only run Linux machines, or it can also run Mac and Windows workloads also? Because one of the pluses from GitHub Actions is that you can have macOS or Windows like runners if you need to build their proprietary stuff.
Thank you for the question. We never really looked into running Windows and macOS machines, but I think I've seen somewhere, not for Firecracker, but the competitor Cloud Hypervisor, I think they can run Windows. So it's basically the same micro VM, but from another solution.
And I guess for macOS, only dedicated hardware would be legally possible.
Technically, I think so.
Yeah, and any plans to make it as a hostinger service or hostinger provided thing for, I don't know, some projects?
That's a really hard question, actually.
That's a good one, though.
No plans?
No plans as of yet, no.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have one more.
So if you wanted to self-host the CI/CD, why not just use GitLab workflows?
Thank you for the question, but we were already all in GitHub. I think you mentioned GitLab, yes? Yeah, so we were all in GitHub, and GitLab was not a choice, basically.
I was thinking about this as well. Is it really easy to migrate for guys who are using the GitLab as well? Like how much stuff you should do to use this?
You should be migrating from GitLab. If you are migrating from GitLab to GitHub, then that's really hard. And it's not only going to be the workflows, it's going to be a massive change, which I'm not ready to even complete.
Okay, we have a question from others.
Thanks for sharing. I have one question. When you are going to replace that YAML file with database?
Thank you for the question, Matas. I would like to keep it stateless. So because it's really, really simple approach.
But you might have some issues. An example, if a pool lose some capacity which is not represented in the file yet, it could get some...
Yeah, so on restart, it basically does a downtime. And we are fully aware of that. And it's just how it works. I don't see a reason to complicate the solution at least 10 times in order to save the state that we are currently running.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions from the audience? I have one. What the hell? Why didn't you use Kubernetes?
Well, one of the requirements was to have it on premise, on bare metal. I mean, we didn't have any clusters running at that point. There were plans to do it, but they really didn't pan out, so we didn't have on-premise Kubernetes. And we did test out the actions controller, I think.
Yeah, I did a test, but I wasn't impressed and needed something harder and more complex to achieve.
But writing your own orchestrator is not hard, right?
Yeah, there was this initial idea, but we came back to mind.
Okay, I have another then. What do you think when the GitHub gonna remove your repository?
I'm more hopeful for the event that GitHub actually writes to us and says, "Hey, look, your thing is really amazing. We want to buy it."
Because we are saving the money, right? A lot of money that from GitHub. No, just joking, guys. It's really great software. Really happy to see that it's open sourced. So, guys, I know that there are a lot of engineers here. Just take a look at the code. I think it's amazing, and just use it. And I guess you are accepting people contributions, right?
Yep.
Awesome. Do it. Thank you, guys, for the great speech.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Pozdrav.
Okay. Lots of people are moving around, but we have still 2 great talks until the break. And the next one is from Alexander. He is engineering team lead at Nord Security, and he's going to talk everything about Node.js and how to profile it. So if you have any Node.js applications, I guess this is the talk for you. So Alexander, enjoy and take it away.
So, hi everyone. I'm Alex from NordVPN web team, and right now our team is finishing the migration of the nordvpn.com website from statically generated WordPress-based website to a server-side rendered Node.js application. And in this talk, I'd like to share my experience and show some of the tools that are super useful in order to troubleshoot performance-related issues and just in general in order to analyze the application performance in order to find out some potential places for improvements and also share some of our cases like solving different kinds of performance bottlenecks. So first, I'll talk about memory leaks, what are those and how to deal with them. Next, we'll discuss V8 profilers, and finally, I'll show few more additional like Node.js small tools that are super useful, I think, in the performance optimization journey. Okay, so what is a memory leak? In terms of Node.js, memory leak is when the application it creates some junk memory, which is no longer used by the application and also not getting removed by the garbage collector. And memory leaks can lead to quite some severe performance issues, such as production server crashes with out-of-memory errors, causing downtimes, and also it can, in general, decrease your application response time. So in order to spot a memory leak, you need to have, obviously, memory usage monitoring in place. And in the memory monitoring, you will see that your memory is like gradually increasing over time. It can take a few hours, like on the slide, in order to see a visible impact on the memory usage. Or in some tricky cases, it can take many like days or even weeks. And also, don't forget to collect all standard error logs. That's where you will see that your servers are crashing with out-of-memory errors. But not with every memory leak, you will see those, especially if a leak takes like many days or weeks in order to see an effect, and you also deploy quite frequently, like many days, many times a week. And from my experience, I see like 2 general reasons for memory leak to occur. The first one is ineffective cache and validation strategy, or sometimes total absence of it. Once we've had a case, it's actually the case from the previous slide. So we enabled in-memory cache in one of our JavaScript clients, which was a client for our headless CMS. So the library was fetching the content. And it appeared that this library, the cache in this library, it didn't have any like even TTL. I'm not even saying about more sophisticated cache and validation mechanisms. And obviously, it led to quite severe issue that you see on the slide, that within like few hours our servers were just crashing and restarting, and it repeated again, again, again. And another reason is the misuse of the JavaScript client-side library. Like technically some libraries, they are isomorphic, meaning that they can run in the server and in the browser, but they are more like tailored to be used in the browser. And we've had such case with the library that is called Nanostore. So this is the lightweight alternative to Redux. And so we integrated this library into our code base. Integration code was just copied from the official documentation. And it appears that if you run it on the server, on each and every page run, it creates a new instance of the store. And all those like small stores were stored in one giant set. And those stores were never getting removed from the application. Okay, so let's imagine that you have a suspicion that you have a memory leak. How would you debug it? And memory leaks essentially is a bug. And as with any bug, the very first thing you want to do is to be able to reproduce it locally. And in order to see what's inside your application memory, you can use Chrome DevTools and heap snapshots. But the tricky part in the debugging process is how do you actually reproduce the leak? Like how would you trigger this piece of code that is creating this like junk memory? And for that purpose, you can use different kinds of benchmarking or load testing tools. I personally prefer VRK. It's a very simple CLI tool that is similar to Apache AB, but with VRK, you can do also scripting with Lua. So you can write custom Lua scripts that helps you to like generate, to emulate production-like traffic, so you can create randomly URL paths, attach all the necessary headers and query parameters. And without such tool, it would be very problematic to reproduce certain memory leaks. We've had such case quite recently. It's not always possible to narrow down, let's say, a leak, as with most of the bugs, to like a certain event or a certain release. And we had this case that the code that was triggering the leak, it has been there since even before the public launch, which was like 2 years ago, and we noticed it only maybe a few months ago, because while we are migrating NordVPN.com, we are adding pages gradually every day. And so it just only at some period of time, this like code piece started to trigger it more frequently. So it started to have a very visible effect on the memory. And even with this, it took, let's say, many days in order to see this memory increase. So yeah, having something like that is very, very useful to have in your arsenal. And yeah, speaking about just the debugging process itself, so this is the workflow that I use. So you are running your app with --inspect flag. So now Node.js process will listen to the debugger. Then you send requests with tools like VRK. While sending requests, you don't attach the debugger, simply because the debugger has quite some visible overhead on the application performance. Therefore, while debugging, you'll just be able to send more requests over the same period of time, so your tests will be shorter. You'll save some time, basically. So after sending requests, you attach the debugger. Don't forget to press collect garbage button. So in the heap snapshots, you see only the relevant objects. Then you make a snapshot. You save it to the local drive in order to analyze it later. You deattach the debugger, and then you repeat this whole process as many times as you need. And so on the slides, this is the case I was talking about on the previous slide, like this tricky case, which was tricky to debug. So I made 8 snapshots. And between each of them, you can see that memory is slightly increasing, like very slightly, but the effect is visible. Okay, and to analyze those snapshots, there are tons of information available in Chrome DevTools. I will focus more on the summary tab. So in this tab, you will see all the objects that are available in the heap, but it's also possible to show only those objects that were allocated before 2 snapshots, which is super convenient. And so here on the slide, I select last 2 snapshots. And as you can see here in the list, so in the top section, there is the list of objects. Then distance column, it shows the number of references to the global object. Shallow size, meaning the size of the object itself, and retain size, it's a shallow size plus size of all its linked references. And here on the very first position, it's 1,700 requests objects, which already feels very like weird. What are those requests? I mean, in every framework, basically, you will have some kind of these objects. And I also knew that I was sending roughly about 2,000-3,000 requests before like making each snapshot. So yeah, this right away seemed very off. And yeah, they also retain 4 megabytes of size, which is quite a lot. And then once you see some suspicious objects, you can track them down in the retainer section. So that's where you can actually see where they are placed in the application. And here it is visible that they belong to set, which is assigned to a warned variable. So in purple in DevTools, you will see the variable names. And once you have variable name, then you can grab the code and actually see where it belongs to and proceed the investigation. In our case, it was a library that we were using. And we were using some old version of the library and it had a bug in it. So if they change the set to a weak set, there will be no such issue. But in our case, we decided to get rid of this library completely. OK, now let's talk about profilers. They're super useful when it comes to quickly troubleshooting performance-related issues, or in general, if you want to analyze your application performance in order to find some potential areas for improvements. And the first profiler I talk about is the default Chrome DevTools CPU profiler. It's available in the Chrome DevTools. So there are at least 3 ways how you can create those profiles. The first one is that you just run your app with inspect flag. You connect it to the DevTools, and you open the performance tab and press record button. Another one is programmatically create a profile with console.profile and console.profile end. So then you can take a file and upload it to Chrome DevTools. And the last one, this I find the most convenient, is that you just run your Node.js process with CPU prof flag, and then on the process shutdown, Node will create a .cpu prof file. So then you can take it and upload to the Chrome DevTools. And this is the slide that I've made while analyzing our application in order to find out some potential improvements. And here in the profiler view on the top, you see the CPU activity. Below, it's the flame chart with all the activities that happen within the selected period of time for a given thread. So in this case, it's only the main thread activity. And the bottom section, there are 4 tabs. The most interesting is the bottom-up tab. So it shows all the activities, like aggregated summary of all the activities that were happening. And self-time, meaning the time that it took for a node to execute a certain activity. Total time, meaning self-time plus all of its children. And so here on the very first position, it's garbage collector activity, and it's the time that it took for Node.js to stop the main thread from the execution in order to run the garbage collector. So if you don't know V8, the garbage collector is multi-threaded in Node, but it's still for some operations, it has to stop the main thread. And here, as profiler tracks only the main thread activity, you can actually see the performance cost of the garbage collector on your application. And in case of this test, it's almost 20% of the runtime, which is quite a lot, actually. The next position is idle time. And idle, it's when CPU doesn't do any work at all. For example, it waits for some I/O operations to complete. The third position, it's already an application code because you can see the file path here, and it's some optimize function. And we can see also from the file path, this is optimize function. It belongs to the Node module and SVGO package. SVGO, it's a very popular library for SVG optimizations. And then this function is called by optimize SVG, and it's already we see the file path, so we can with the line number, so we can go into our code base and not into our build and actually investigate further, like where it belongs and decide what to do with it. And in this case, so a little bit of background. So in our website, nordvpn.com, we use SVGs, SVG icons, and we inline those SVG icons in runtime on the server in order to not make additional HTTP requests in the browser. So it's sort of optimization. And to render icons, we use we used to use one JavaScript library. Mostly we were using for SVG sprites, but it appears that also this library is running SVGO optimizations, which is a good thing, but it does it on each and every icon render, on each and every request, which was obviously an overhead. So what we did was we just get rid of this library. We took the full control over those optimizations, so we re-implemented those parts that we were needed still for the app. And we had some additional cache, so now we still have SVGOs, but without such a visible performance overhead. Okay. One more profiler that is available inside Node.js. It's actually a V8 internal profiler, but it's available. It's exposed by Node.js through some certain CLI flags. I attached a link here, so it's very easy to enable it and to interpret the results into like human readable format. And so those two profilers, both they're interchangeable. I can use like both of them for the same basically tasks, but with this one in theory you can go a little bit deeper because it's more low level. It tracks also everything that happens inside V8. For example, like V8, for example, JIT compiles. But I prefer this ones from time to time simply because the result is just a plain text file. So for me, it's sometimes easier to navigate within one text file rather than save some binary file here and some binary file into the local drive and then take it and upload in some other graphic user interface program. So this slide I made while I was actually reviewing merge request. And in this merge request, we were doing some refactoring, which was supposed to add some performance gains, small, but it was supposed to add some. And it appeared after I was curious to test, like, okay, how much gains we will have. And after starting running my tests, I noticed that the performance actually decreased and decreased significantly. Like the app was able to handle twice less requests. So I quickly ran my tests with this profiler enabled, and after looking at the profile, it was quite obviously what was the issue. So in this file, on the very top, so this profile, it shows also the heaviest functions by the CPU activities. In this case, it shows the amount of CPU ticks it took in order to execute certain function. And on the top, you can see it took 29,000 CPU ticks to execute this whole like code. And in the bottom up section, you can see all the heaviest functions by CPU ticks. And the very first position, it's some JavaScript anonymous function that took 14,000 ticks to execute, which is like a half of the total amount. Obviously, seems like a bottleneck. And on the second position, it's actually the same function. If you look at the file path, it's the same file path. But this one shows separately, and it took another 5,000 ticks. So it's more than a half for a single function. Why the same function shows twice here? It's because, as I said, this one is more low level. It tracks everything that happens within V8, and in terms of V8, the first function, the name has this leading asterisk, and it stands for the function being optimized. And the another one is have this caret. So this means non-optimized. It's V8, it runs your code. Non-optimized gathers some information about types and only then it kicks in the optimizations and start running the optimized code. And so yeah, in this case, it appears that after refactoring, one of our components started to be executed way more frequently. And in this component, we had a very big spread operator that used to spread two huge 3,000 items objects into one big object. And yeah, so the fix was obvious. We did some small refactoring, and yeah, the spreads are in general very common, like reason for different kinds of performance issues in the Node.js. And yeah, lastly, a few more things I'd like to talk about. First, if you're dealing with a memory leak, but you cannot reproduce it locally, there are ways to debug it in production. And one of the ways is that you can run your app with heap snapshot signal flag, and then pass the signal name. So then you can send the signal to your application, to your production Node.js process, and on receiving the signal, the process will create a heap snapshot and serve it to the local drive. Another nice thing is if you are also debugging some memory-related issues, you can use trace.gc flag. It will enable garbage collector logs, so you can see the memory usage of your application in the real time. And also it can be useful in order if you trying to optimize garbage collector usage. Last thing, so by default, when you run your Node.js application, Node will set up a heap size limit on its own, because most likely it will be the amount of memory will be less than you can afford on your servers, because most of the time on the servers you will not be running anything else besides your Node process. But Node.js, it doesn't know anything about your environment, so it does some heuristics. Therefore, yeah, you can use this flag, max all space size. It's actually not the total heap, but the part of the heap. But you can use it in order to set up the heap limit so you don't underutilize your memory resources. And that's it. Thank you. Questions?
Great stuff, Alexander. Love it. Okay, guys, any questions from the audience? Any deep dive debuggers that would like to go into the heap or somewhere else? No? Okay, I have to then, also, as always, right? Congrats on the migration, by the way.
Thank you.
I read in the Tech Digest channel.
We're almost finished.
Yeah.
We are so close.
How many pages left of WordPress? It's
it's less than 100.
Yeah, that's cool. And how many in total do you have?
11,000, I think.
11,000. So yeah, congrats. Really great work. Another one. What do you hate about Node.js the most?
It's that it can be just fast out of the box. You have to really put a lot of efforts into making it fast and into keeping it fast also. It's very easy to mess up things.
Everything in there, right?
Yeah, one spread and
okay.
Everything is broken.
And another one, I was curious, do you do some kind of automated stress load testing and debugging?
I'm thinking about that actually. After we've put a lot of efforts into making it fast, it's the next logical step is to do something in order to prevent those kind of performance issues and the degradation of the performance. Yeah, I'm thinking it's not that easy to do because you can do some tests and staging, but staging is staging. It's not production. You don't have such excessive production like traffic. You can emulate it, but need to think about some sorts of stress testing, load testing.
Yeah, and load testing as well. Okay, thank you. It was a great talk.
There will be no. Okay.
Any questions? No, I don't see. No. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, before going into the break, just to have lunch, we have Marius. He's gonna talk a little bit about pushing a lot of traffic through the servers and a little bit about streaming and a lot of other good stuff. So Marius, come, take it away.
Hello, hello. Thank you, everyone. And thank you for having me just before lunch. I promised to keep this engaging and was staying a little bit hungry for. So I will talk about my previous experience in telco industry. And we'll be talking about how we pushed a single server up to its maximum, streaming live video recordings and VOD. So, agenda for today. Initially, we'll talk a little bit about streaming in more research and development environment. Then we will go to real-life multi-service streaming in telco network, followed up by key takeaways and a little bit of the future possibilities or key areas of improvement. So, question to you. When it comes to video streaming, what is the first name that comes to your mind? Name. If it doesn't come to your mind, in my mind, it always comes this one. Yeah, Netflix is the biggest company in the streaming industry. And what is nice about it, it's pretty much open and sharing their researches and how they achieving the stuff. So in 2017, Netflix, in their technology blog, shared the article how they achieved 100 gigabits of TLS streaming from an Open Connect appliance. In 2019, they showed this presentation, how they achieved 200 gigabits from a single server. Followed up in 2021, they already were trying to achieve close to 400 gigabits per second. And in 2022, they doubled that, reaching close to 800. Exactly, it was something like 760 gigabits per second of the streaming. But there is one big question.
This isn't real. What is real? How do you define real?
Yeah, so why I was presenting it as an R&D environment, so Netflix was actually doing some tricks, etc., which were not too much of a doable in real environment or real operator network. But let's jump into what they were doing and what were their compromises. So looking from the history, Netflix in 2014 introduced asynchronous send file. In 2016, they introduced kernel-level TLS. In 2019, they started to use network-centric NUMA. And in 2022, network interface card kernel TLS. So, about these possibilities. So, asynchronous send file, it basically directs the kernel to send data from file descriptor directly to TCP socket. This eliminates the need to copy data into or out of user space and improves user performance. But that's a limitation. So this is basically applicable only if you're serving static files. So that's why I'm talking that it's more of a R&D environment, because in real telco operations, you are constantly writing, deleting, and changing the data that is on the server. Another stuff, network interface card kernel. So basically, TLS records here are encrypted by the network interface card, which reduces memory bandwidth and CPU usage by up to 50%. However, again, here is one thing to mention, that the data remains unencrypted within the kernel, within the RAM, and actually served to the machine itself, also unencrypted. And also, it's possible only from the specific NIC network interface cards. And that's why only in 2022 they were able to introduce it with the introduction of Mellanox Connect X6 cards, which already support that on the hardware level. Another thing, NUMA optimizations. So I don't know, maybe not everyone knows about what is it, what NUMA stands for. So a little bit of what it is. So NUMA, it's a non-uniform memory access, is a computer memory design used in multiprocessing, where the memory access time depends on the memory location relative to the processor. I'll try to explain it a little bit deeper, or maybe simpler. So in usual single processor machine, CPU is connected to memory storage interface cards. But imagine that you have multiple processor system. And in this scenario, some of the resources are closer to one CPU than they are relative to another one. And if you have a situation when you have a request to one interface card, which is trying to access storage, which is on the other NUMA domain, it's basically can end up that you going back and forwards on your backplane multiple times, which then becomes the limiter of your system. So the backplane speeds is something that you would try to limit. And NUMA optimizations is about trying to limit traffic between one or another NUMA domains. And how Netflix was doing that? So they were using non-uniform memory access architecture to try to limit on the application level how data local to the CPU is processed and minimize latency. Also, Netflix implements NUMA optimizations to enhance streaming performance and reduce cross-node memory traffic. So Netflix is truly a North Star in video streaming. They serve hundreds of millions of customers. But let's get to real world, how it works in a telco example. When you have multiple services, it's live, it's recordings, it's video on demand, and the server is not only streaming at the same moment, but it has to delete, write, also retrieve the content in real time. And inspired by Netflix, we were trying to actually look where the boundaries are internally in our own network, own infrastructure. So our first iteration, we used the machine which used 2 CPU and EPYC processors, had 16 slots of RAM, 12 NVMe drives. We used Mellanox Connect X5 card, also Rocky Linux and Nginx web server. We did these tests in the beginning of 2022. So the last presentation by the Netflix was still not available, and Mellanox X6 cards were still also not available at that moment. So we went for the test runs, and our initial tests were straightforward, almost out of the box. So we didn't do no specific configuration, and we ended up that NIC operation stuck on a single CPU core. But we still achieved 26 gigabits of real-life traffic serving real customers. Then we went for the second test runs. We enabled all cores for the NIC, also did some initial optimizations, and did NUMA optimizations. And by that, we achieved already 44 gigabits per second of real-life traffic. We didn't stop there. Then we went to update all the components, firmware, OS. We tweaked BIOS to be that we would optimize the potential speed of PCI slots, that we don't have any throttling on the CPU cores, etc. And then we have been able to achieve 50 gigabits per second. To be honest, we were disappointed with the results. Despite all our efforts to improve performance, nothing seemed to make a difference. The bottleneck appeared in the IOPS operation. CPUs were running at less than 50% of utilization. So the next thing, what we decided, that we need to go back to the basics. And by basics, I mean this. So taking screwdriver and disassembling the servers itself, looking what is it and why we cannot reach anything else. So the findings. One thing, of course, we knew that already. So the Mellanox Connect X5 network interface card uses PCI Express 3 16 lanes connection, and the maximum capacity per both ports of the server, we could reach 128 gigabits of theoretical speed. But we found out that the current setup, the network interface card, was installed on the PCI 3 8 lines Razor card, which means that it was halving the bandwidth already. And last but not least, on the same Razor card, we found also the operation disk drives, which were using the same PCI lines. So with these findings, our achievements already began to look very promising, because we were close to 90% of the theoretical capacity, actually. So we went for the second iteration of tests. Initially, we changed this Razor card. We removed the drives, put them on another PCI line. And we were able to push the system to 68 gigabits per second. Again, I should mention that the practical speed limit of the PCI is about 110 gigabits per second, limited by overheads, etc. And it's, again, 2022, beginning of 2022. And we, looking at Netflix achievements, didn't want it to stop there and wanted to go one step more. So we did an upgrade, and we went from this machine, so double CPU, to a different vendor and a smaller machine with only single EPYC CPU. Of course, it had the same amount of cores, the same amount of RAM, but less parts of it. The similar NVMe drives, but already started to use Connect X6 cards, which already had the PCI 4 connection, meaning double the capacity. So, third iteration of testing. So max streaming capacity was actually reached, and it was limited only by serving all available client traffic that we had, with no more real-world demand that we could push further. We simultaneously were serving VOD, live, and recordings. The cache efficiency was about 93%, meaning that 93% of the traffic that we were pushing were from the server, and 7% are from the origin, which was not available at that moment at the server. We were serving more than 50,000 users live, and the electricity usage by the machine was less than 500 watts, which was very nice also. And what we managed to get, it was 120 gigabits of constant speed, and the peaking at 126 gigabits per second of real live traffic. So all the network, all the customers from that technology, from that project, was just sitting on one single server. And to get into the context, so while a single server can theoretically handle all traffic, our minimal real-world setup included 6 such edge servers, just to balance reliability, scalability, and performance. So we needed to ensure that content delivery is resilient 100% when we lose one such node, 2 such nodes, the whole site, any of the core network connection, or any of core switch or core router. And the key takeaways from this. So trust but verify. So hardware specifications don't always translate to real-world performance. Vendors' competency may vary. So you need to maintain a high level of internal expertise on hardware components to ensure the optimal configuration, so you don't need a screwdriver. And then you need to utilize fully the hardware. So in these scenarios, it's very important to use all RAM slots, all HDD base. Also, you need to optimize NUMA in any case, even with a single CPU, because current CPUs are chiplet CPUs, so they also have the same issues as the multiple CPUs on multiprocessor environment. And also, simplicity for success. So sometimes less is more. In our example, the simplified design saved time, reduced complexity, and minimized the optimization challenges. It also saved money, so single CPU machine costed less. It's easier to operate from the perspective of heat, of the place it takes, also the electricity itself. But also you have to take care about the surrounding environment. So in chasing the network that you connect this device to is also very important. Things like, enable jumbo frames, and you have to just fine-tune the network stack. What's next?
To infinity and beyond!
Yeah, the future possibilities are the areas that we identified that can be improved. So one thing is that you can disable hyperthreading to boost CPU core efficiency. And our research showed that something like up to 30%. Why it's important in our situation? So in our example, we used CPU of 24 cores. At that time, it was already possible to get 64 cores running. And we were not utilizing them. But all the limits were on the latency, on EOPS, etc., which is better, like more speedier cores than more of those. So you can actually increase capacity just by disabling hyperthreading. Using PCI 5, doubles the capacity and reduces backplane constraints. Usage of DDR5, especially on EPYC new CPUs, memory bandwidth is actually 576 gigabytes per second compared to only 200 that we had on our testing environment. Then using the PCI 5 and NVMe drives also increases the throughput. And currently we already can adopt cards from the same Mellanox, which has on the single port 400 gigabit support. Thank you. Questions?
Marius, really great talk, but you kind of didn't went into the really interesting details. I'm curious about it, but we have a question from Lucas already, right? And Paulas. We're gonna try to find the mic for you guys. But and the third one. Before that, what was the traffic though? It was TLS or?
No, in our real environment, we are not using TLS because content owners do not allow you to serve unencrypted content. So basically, already on the storage level, it's already encrypted, and the DRM is used to decrypt that traffic, which DRM handles that. So basically, all the chain from storage to origin to the edge and then to the client, everything is already encrypted.
But what kind of the traffic it is? It's like something special?
No.
No?
No.
Okay. Okay, good. Okay.
Hey, thanks for the presentation, very nice. My question is about the users and scale. You mentioned 50,000 customers, but then mentioned just using one machine, but then you showed like 6 different machines in different areas. What are the exact numbers of users per machine?
So basically 50K, it was like serving per one machine. So at that point, we didn't reach the maximum capacity. We can still like increase these results. So I think that 75K users per single machine, you know, it's traffic, not YouTube. So in average, you have more than 3 megabits per stream. So it's not something like one. So the numbers would be different in these scenarios.
Okay, and the next question is just for curiosity, but what's like the price tag of such a server?
Such a server, I think it was a range from 20 to 30K.
Nice.
No.
But you know,
That's a lot.
it's a lot because the biggest cost was RAM and drives, because we used the most quickest drives we could buy. And again, we were buying in COVID period. You remember what was happening with the chain? So we had examples when we were receiving machine with 2 vendors' drives internally because they could not gather all from one.
Paulie.
Yeah, you talked about that NUMA optimization. Is it some kind of software that does it, or you need to adapt the software you're using itself to gain these things? Because like it was not really clear to me.
So it's specific optimizations in the kernel, and you can use it. You don't need to have a specific software. So each software can be adopted. So that it's not on software level. Basically, on machine level, you adopt these.
Okay, thank you.
And Linux was Rocky, right? You were using all the time the same.
Initially, we used CentOS 7, but then we switched to Rocky. So maybe the first run was still on CentOS 7 or something like that.
Okay, and we have one more. The question here. Here. Yes, thank you.
So you said that Netflix had 800 gigabytes of throughput, and I was wondering if the fastest network cards are supporting 400 gigabytes. How is it possible that they had 800?
When I showed the context, so basically we were not getting more because we just didn't need it. So in our environment, serving a lot is not like serving a lot per server, per simple server, it was the goal. In their environment, they were just chasing the highest possible output. So they were plugging multiple cards in the single machine. They were putting more CPUs in the single machine, etc., which in reality, even in their case, it's not very worth doing because they don't have data centers that would serve like US from one location or something.
That's true. That was about the numbers, I guess, just pushing to the max, right?
Yeah.
Okay, the most interesting question, caching.
Yeah.
93% you said that you're caching of streaming.
Yeah.
How?
So it's, I would say, you know, it's not even too big because it just how composites your traffic. How much of that you have like live recordings and how much of that you have VOD. Because at some point, if most of the traffic would be VOD, like in Netflix scenario, then you would have even better. You can have up to 100. When you try to use the same send file, which is the same files, so they'll have 100. Everything is from the same machine.
But can you do it with the third-party stuff, like the third-party content?
You have to overcome man-in-the-middle issue.
Can you do it?
Theoretically, yeah.
Okay, that's the answer I was looking for. Thank you, guys. Marius.
Thank you.
And I'm really happy to introduce the first time Oxylabs guest speaker here as well, representing Oxy, and he's gonna talk a little bit about how to trick human behavior to tech, right? That's really interesting. I really want to know everything about it. So tell us, the stage is yours. Enjoy it.
Hi, everyone. My name is Tadas Gedgaudas. I'm really excited to hear that Oxylabs is presenting for the first time here. That's amazing, I guess. So yeah, I work at Oxylabs in the black building just behind us. I work at the scraping research team. So what we do there is we constantly research new scraping solutions. We check what antibots are using to protect against scraping, and we constantly keep improving our scrapers. So one of the solutions is, of course, mouse movements. In this particular presentation, I'll show you how you can use mouse movements to trick anti-scraping solutions that they will give you the content you're trying to access. And of course, we'll briefly cover other scraping parts. But first of all, I know we do a lot of web scraping at Oxylabs. I'm not so sure about other teams in CyberCity and the whole TESA group. So I would like to do some research right now, some statistics about you guys. Could you please raise your hand if you ever had to develop a scraper? Is it a personal project or at work? Okay, nice, we have some hands. I guess even more at online. Another question is, have you ever had to prevent scrapers from accessing your website? I know Hostinger is doing Cloudflare checks, maybe someone. Okay, we don't have anyone, but that's okay. All right. So just a few months back, we had a really difficult case where we had to scrape a specific website which none of the scrapers from Oxylabs could access, and we really didn't know what was wrong. Our browser fingerprints were perfect. The proxies, residential proxies, were of the best quality. They should pass the website, but just nothing worked. And of course, after a couple days and couple nights, I guess, after a lot of debugging, we found that the problem was mouse movements. And our mouse movements were too fake. The trajectory we were sending was too fake. Mouse velocity, the speed, how you move the cursor, was also too fake, and we were basically getting detected. We would launch our scrapers, and we would see the charts, we get some success. But after a few minutes, everything would just drop, and we couldn't figure what was the reason. So yeah, after a lot of debugging, we found the reason, and it was mouse movements. That's why this presentation, and in this presentation, I will show you how to check if a website is tracking your mouse movements, how to fake the mouse movements, how to create synthetic mouse movements, and Oxylabs also released an open source repository which you can install and generate mouse movements. But first, let's check if this scraping case was just a specific case we had for one website, or actually there is an ongoing case where there are a lot of more websites which are adding this mouse trackers to prevent scrapers. So in 2018, Facebook actually released a document for when they had issues with the government for the US Senate, and they basically had to open source everything they do against users' privacy. So in this document, they write that they do track mouse movements of real users to differentiate them between the bots. So very interesting, one of the largest corporations using mouse movements. Datadome also writes on their blog post that they do track clicks, touch events, typing speed, mouse events, scroll events as well. So for someone unfamiliar, Datadome is an antibot provider. So what they do is they go to big websites and say, hey, I see you don't have any scraping protection. Would you like to install our script? It will generate a cookie, and you must not let anyone visit your backend without this cookie. So, and you may see, website is checking your browser, or you have to solve a CAPTCHA. So basically, this is what the antibots do. They check your browser, check if the CAPTCHA solution is right. They generate a cookie, and then you can go to the website with this cookie. Another antibot provider, Casada, also write on their blog post that they do track behavior signals, mouse movements, scroll events, mouse clicks to differentiate you from the real users. They also feed this data to machine learning models, which they later analyze all this data with machine learning. So you can imagine how much processing power you need to process all the visitors. Almost all CAPTCHAs are also tracking your mouse movements. So whenever you click, I'm not a robot, I'm a human, a click to verify on Cloudflare, they are tracking your mouse movements and then generating a final solution which tells them to let you go through or block you. However, only reputable source I found for this is HCAPTCHA. On their blog post, they write that they do track mouse movements for sure. Others are not admitting that, but you can find on Stack Overflow other people saying they found that they actually do track your mouse movements. Okay, so we've seen that it's not a single case. There are actually a lot of CAPTCHAs, antibots, websites that do track your mouse movements. But let's say you have a case where you have a website which is blocking you, and you have an intuition that maybe they are tracking mouse movements. But of course, intuition is not credible. You have to tell your team, okay, I know for sure they track mouse movements. Let's do something about it. So I'll show you how to check if the website is actually tracking your mouse movements, and it's actually something very simple. You have to use your browser and your browser debugger. So on Chrome, it's inspect sources. On Firefox, it's inspect debugger. And you have to click Ctrl-Shift-I to just access this quickly. And as you see, there are a lot of event listeners. However, the only event listener we need here is mouse move. So we add a breakpoint on mouse move, and we'll basically say the browser to stop whenever they noticed a mouse event. There is one trick about this. Right now, a lot of websites have installed a lot of analytics script, like Google Analytics, PostHog, Hotjar, the things that track you on the website to know what user is doing on the website. So those are not antibot, and they will breakpoint on those scripts, and we don't want that because that will just be false positive. So there's a simple trick. You have to add the script to the ignore list. So you just basically find all those scripts from Google Analytics, from Hotjar, and add those scripts to the ignore list. So after you've done this a couple times, you find something juicy, like I found here from Datadome, tags JavaScript, and we can see from the script they do track our mouse movement, and it caught a mouse event, function M accepted a variable argument E, which has a lot of interesting parameters, like is trusted, true, screen X, screen Y, client X, client Y. You could actually go down the rabbit hole a lot deeper here, but it's basically obfuscating the script, and obviously the script is obfuscated there. You could figure out what does is trusted mean, for example. So just to summarize this section, first step is make sure it is not an analytics script. Second step, try finding out what is being done with the mouse coordinates. For Datadome specifically, they are sending all the mouse coordinates to their API endpoint, to backend, and analyzing all those mouse movements and then returning a solution saying this is okay or this is false. Also, check other mouse movements that trigger the breakpoint. For example, scroll event. We are seeing that scroll event also is becoming a lot more important in the scraping world. Okay, so now we know that websites do track mouse movements. We know how to check if websites track your mouse movements, but how do we fool them? And there are actually 3 guys who cracked this nut. It's Bezier, Gaussian, and Perlin. And just for this presentation, we also wrote an Oxylabs script, Oxylabs mouse algorithm, which will allow you to generate synthetic mouse movements. So first one is very simple, but it's not very organic, not very realistic. It's Bezier curve, and I guess a lot of engineers in this room could write a script in 10 minutes, which would detect this mouse movements, this specific Bezier curve. But the reason why I included this because there are a lot of open source repositories which host the Bezier curve and allow to generate, so I thought it would make sense to include it. It can still be used for some tasks, like moving to an element. Since it's a curve, a human would move to a curve, something like that. You can imagine that. So it's great to move to a button, accept cookies, just make sure it's a lot more realistic and looks better on the chart. The second algorithm is Gaussian noise, so it's a lot more realistic, but still not perfect. It has too many points. Usually, user moves their mouse a lot faster, so creates a lot less points. But you can see if still they scroll around the button, there are a lot of more points, so this could work. And this algorithm is perfect for random mouse movements or moving to a single element. The third algorithm is Perlin noise. I think this already, you can see, looks a lot more realistic. You just move the mouse around the web, around the coordinates. And you can also use it to move to a button. So yeah, it's great to just create random mouse movements. And the OxyMouse algorithm, Oxylab's algorithm, I specifically like this because it just creates those random movements, and there are some points in the chart, as you see, where there are a lot more movements. So imagine there is a button and the user goes and just scrolls around the button, hesitating to click, which I think is pretty legit from what we've seen. So yeah, it's great again for random mouse movements on the web and moving from element to an element, like click a button. Velocity is another thing to consider. So we've seen trajectory, how it moves, but there's also how fast you move the mouse. On the right, you see there's an example from just a simple script I generated, which moves the mouse, and the distance between each mouse move event is the same. So you can see if there are a lot of visitors visiting your site, and you have 50 visitors with the same distance between the mouse points, it's probably all of them are bots and you can easily block them. So if you're generating mouse algorithms, make sure the distance between each mouse event is different. So I bet you're already thinking how to implement all these into your projects. You can start thinking right now because Oxylabs released OxyMouse. It's a Python repository to generate all those 4 algorithms, and we also have a dedicated Discord channel for OxyMouse. If you have any questions, you can ask there or just create an issue on GitHub. We have, I think, 150 stars right now, so it's not that bad. And the usage is very simple, actually. If you're using Python, it's just pip install OxyMouse, and then using it is just the import, initialize OxyMouse with your selected algorithm, and just call generate coordinates, which will generate coordinates based on 1080p screen, or you can also provide your screen viewport. And it supports Bezier, Gaussian, Perlin, and OxyMouse algorithms. This is an example with Selenium. Maybe I'll skip this. I like the Playwright a bit more. How we move the mouse with Playwright is just basically we open the page. Playwright is just a tool to control your browser via CDP. So CDP is Chrome DevTools protocol. It's just basically calling all kinds of events. For example, page go to. So we open the page with Playwright, basically open Google Chrome. We create a task which moves the mouse on this page infinitely, and then just keep visiting the websites our clients want. If you want to contribute, you can also do that. It's actually very simple structure. It accepts 3 methods. You can create your own algorithm. If you know of a better way, we would love to see it. So yeah, very simple implementation. So for the scraping, what we see is that there are a lot of open source tools coming up, and we found that when we are scraping engineers, we need to keep up with the tools. So it's very important to stay inside the community. My personal preference is I see a lot of this in the InfoSec channel as well, where knowledge security is like finding new vulnerabilities, new tools to block those vulnerabilities. Sometimes this is very similar to web scraping. We also like scout these communities and search what's popping up and what are people using right now. So I invite you to join the OxyMouse Discord channel. We have our own scraping group. My own, personal ritual is in the morning just to go through all Discord, go through all GitHub, see what's new in the scraping world, and just keep up with the news to stay updated. And of course, give a star on OxyMouse. this would be very nice. Thank you, guys.
Okay. We have one question in Slack. Hey, hooray! The first one today. Well, not the first one. And in the audience, Andres, the InfoSec guy from NordVPN, is asking, how about the iPads, tablets, which does not have mouse, only touch?
Yeah.
Is this being tracked, and how? Do you know?
Yeah, very good question. We also use tabs a lot. So, of course, with iPhone, when you're visiting or just a mobile user agent, you don't have mouse movements. And we actually didn't see that websites would block us for that. You can still move the mouse, but of course, it's going to change very soon, obviously, because it's a very good point to track that you're a bot. You come with the phone, but you move your mouse. That's not realistic. You have to use tabs. And we actually use tabs, but in that case, you need to have scroll implemented. So you still have the scroll events on your iPhone or whatever phone you're using, and you have to fake that. So don't use mouse movements, use scrolls, and use mouse tap. There is actually, that's how it's called, mouse tap on the CDP command.
Okay, Paulius?
Hello. Yeah, nice presentation. I wanted to ask, like, how much have you investigated into fingerprinting or trying to detect the mouse movement yourself? And have you tried to see, and is it also not a kind of a risk, that you could fingerprint OxyMouse as some kind of way of doing things, and then like make easier to detect for other people who are trying to prevent this?
Yeah, we're not using OxyMouse that much in production. We have other tools. It's just like a collection of a lot of open source tools into one repository which you can use. But yeah, we have more sophisticated algorithms which we use, but we don't want to open source because of the reason you mentioned.
Okay, thank you.
That's cool. What about machine learning in this scenario? Did you use any kind of machine learning?
Yeah, so that's kind of the solution we're using, the secret solution. Yeah. So we track mouse movements of our own users. We have an extension, for example, just collect a lot of mouse movements, train a model, and then use that model.
So that's how it works. Will you open source that?
Maybe if there is another solution that comes up, we could.
Okay, I'm really interested in the system itself because you showed some Python code, how you use that. Do you have any special farm devices and anything around that, or just virtual environment? What is happening?
Yeah, so basically we have virtual environment. So we spawn a lot of browsers, but the virtual environment is all on Linux. So what we do is we have a lot of patches which just change from JavaScript side what the browser should look like. So for example, I'm spawning a browser which is a Linux, so the user agent will say it's a Linux Chrome, but I actually want to be a Windows user because websites will say, okay, there are 10,000 visitors from Linux, let's just block Linux, whatever, it's 2% of all visitors, it won't hurt us. So what we do is just patch the browser to look more like Windows and fake it like that. And there is another solution from another OxyLabs brand, Honeygain. So they are spawning browsers on real users, and you can also use that for scraping, and it's called Headlessify. It's actually very growing right now. Okay. So Headlessify, Honeygain is developing that.
Okay, that's really interesting. What about the detection, as Paul has mentioned as well? If you are spawning the browser and just changing the user agent, is that enough, or are you doing more?
Yeah, we're doing more. So browser has three main contents. So browser has the main worker, main thread, which you can change the user agent to. Then there is web workers. Web workers are used to spawn background JavaScript jobs. So they have their own window, which you also have to patch to change the user agent there, for example. And then you have the third place, it's service worker. Service worker is responsible for doing the requests. So when you're going to a browser, the browser does some API call. It's the service worker which is doing the job. And you need to change the user agent for that as well. So you need all those three parts to be exactly the same. That's the difficult part.
I'm thinking about this as well, because there was a tool that was doing the TLS fingerprinting. I don't remember how it's called, but it was basically keeping in mind the network stack that you're using as well, especially the MSSs, etc., etc.
Yeah.
Are you playing with those as well?
For browsers, no, only for the HTTP scrapers. Okay. So the HTTP scrapers, yeah, we also have some TLS parameters that's coming from like Headlessify users, for example, and there are clients which allow you to change the TLS and imitate that you're going with a Windows machine, for example.
Okay, that's really interesting. I'm gonna catch you up to after the talk. We have to talk about this because we're kind of looking into the backside accessibility solution right now as well. What do you think is going to be a next challenge for you guys?
What we're seeing right now is a lot of AI agents which want to connect to a good browser. So those browsers need to be able to solve CAPTCHAs because like there are a lot of AI agents which just control your browser and they can do whatever, order a pizza, for example. That was a popular one. But of course, they also face challenges. They use the same playwright, which is not looking realistic. It has some backdoors so antibots can detect that it's a bot, actually. And we see a lot of customers wanting this solution. So the realistically looking browsers.
Okay, with agents, right? In mind. Okay, thank you, Tadas, for a great presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, up next, all things proud, we have Renata, all right? She's gonna tell us a really interesting story, not gonna spoil it, but enjoy the ride.
Thank you. Yeah, so let's step a bit back from codes, technologies, innovations. Let's entertain a bit. And ladies and gentlemen, have you ever stopped to marvel the incredible digital transformation which is happening right in front of our eyes? This digital reality we live in today is a magical wonderland full of endless possibilities. The barriers of time, language, location, and even traditions are just vanishing into thin air. We are standing on the threshold of the digital revolution that is enveloping the entire world and offering us a brand new life experience. And this is not just a chapter, this is an entirely new book. This is the world where impossible became possible, where innovations have no bounds, and where dreams come true with just a click. But the main question that stands in front of us, are we ready to accept the challenges that are coming up together with the possibilities? Are we ready to safeguard our cyberspace from the persistent wave of cyber threats? For the last 5 years, before joining Hostinger, I have been working in the financial institutions in the field of the digital fraud and financial crime prevention. I have witnessed a number of stories, from naive ones to the really sophisticated cyber crimes and heartbreaking victim stories. Actually, alongside deep diving into cybersecurity topic, I have learned how sophisticated cybercrime modus operandi has become and how flexible, adaptive, extremely fast, and collaborative cybercriminals are. Despite the huge efforts of raising awareness, combating financial, cyber, digital fraud, the statistic is actually revealing just the tip of the iceberg. I assume that some of you have really seen the headlines quite recently where people are defrauded. Cybercriminals are adapting traditional schemes to this new digital reality. And actually, they are bypassing defense systems, the old ones and new ones, at the same day when they are updated or launched to production. Cyber criminals using traditional schemes and digital possibilities are actually gaining their goals. Some of you maybe have heard the buzzword pig butchering. It is going viral right now around the world for the past 2 or 3 years. Pig butchering, it is based on the Chinese phrase, meaning to fat pig up until harvesting it. Sounds not very delicious or exciting. One interesting thing is that this definition was not established or created by law enforcement, for example, but it is used a lot by law enforcement. This definition came from cyber criminals' world. This is how they call their business or operation. And actually, it does not matter how we are looking to the crime, because cyber criminals are looking to it a bit differently. Pig butchering itself as a scheme is actually a combination of a classical Roman scam and very classical investment scam, usually related to crypto, but can be different versions as well. I will not delve into the definition Roman scam and how misleading it is. I think you will find out this during the story today. But I would like to invite you to take a journey together with me through the complexity of cybercrime landscape. When we are looking to the theory of crime, so the crime is containing from like 3 elements: victim, criminal, and place. And you can just imagine through which challenges law enforcement right now are undergoing, because they even need to find out new definitions for the same victim, for the same criminal, and for the same place. Let me introduce you to 3 ordinary people, like you and me, or most of us. Angelina, she likes reading books. Daiva is active mom of 2 kids. And Mindaugas, he likes fishing a lot, but literally fishing, and literally a lot. I will tell you a story. And actually, according to some researchers, the story is happening right now, while you're listening it. One disclaimer before we start. The story is compilation of classical known schemes. Any resemblance to the reality is purely coincidence. Meet Angelina. She is 58 years old woman. For the past 6 months, she is in active communication with Alex on the social platform. They are living in different countries, and there are a lot of unfavorable circumstances why they cannot meet each other in person. But Angelina is not worried about that. She is very happy. She is talking with Alex every day. She is sharing her daily life, concerns, happy things about her, her family. She feels emotional connection. She is so happy because she has her soulmate behind the screen. One day she receives from Alex a message when Alex is saying that, oh goodness, something happened, I am stuck in gas station, my card is blocked, I need 30 euros just to get out from the station. Of course, Angelina is making the transaction. There's nothing wrong with that, she knows this person. Few days later, she receives another message from Alex asking a favor because he cannot get to the bank, there are queues there, he's running out of food, and of course, his medicine is running out as well. Angelina is making transaction. Passes a week, and she receives a very concerning message from Alex. Something has happened. Alex has been involved in a car accident and has been hospitalized. Angelina is trying to ask Alex how to help him, what she can do, but Alex is not answering. And then suddenly he is sharing a message that doctors are preparing him for the surgery. And of course, he cannot reach his bank account because there was no time before the accident. And he has nobody to borrow money from. He is asking Angelina to make a transaction of 7,000 euros. It takes seconds until Angelina made transaction. Now you can just imagine how many times Angelina is saving Alex's life in different stories, circumstances, until she is running out of money. Her savings, maybe taking credit, loans, maybe borrowing money from relatives or family. But let's leave this story at this point and get back to the moment when Angelina made a transaction of 7,000 euros. What happened when she released money from her account? 7 different financial institutions were involved in the scheme. Just few minutes and 7,000 euros were splitted and transformed into purchases, cryptocurrency, and cashed out through the ATMs. A lot of different payment instruments used, a number of receiving accounts. You see, in the scheme, we have Daiva and Mindaugas as well. Let's make a quick rule. Who thinks that Daiva is the mastermind behind the stage? Okay, not so much. And Mindaugas? Good, good. We have some pattern here. Nice. So let's see what is happening behind Daiva's story, how she is involved in the scheme, and how she is actually defrauding Angelina. As you remember, Daiva is an active mom of 2 kids. She's working, educated, she's working as an administrator, and she's, of course, very active on the social platform as well. So one day she sees on very, very popular social network advertisement, a job offer, part-time, whenever you can, flexible conditions. You get payment at the moment you complete the task. Interesting. She is applying, she's receiving a prompt answer, she's accepted. Nice. The only thing what is a bit concerning Daiva is actually that she needs to open an account in her name in the particular financial institution. Sounds interesting. She is asking why, and the company is explaining. Her job task is actually to move money according to the instructions she is receiving in advance, and part of the money will be as a payment for her job. Sounds legitimate, yes? So Daiva, even though she understands that something is wrong, she is becoming a part of crime scheme. But she has no clue about Angelina and her story. There's only the examples of how people are involved in such schemes through fake job ads, through account rent ads. Probably you have seen such ads as well in Lithuania. 10 euros for the bank account which you are not using. Fake fast credit offers, a lot of around the world. And be cautious when friends are asking you to use your account. But then moving on, we have Mindaugas, and we had quite a pool of hands saying that Mindaugas is a mastermind of this operation. Let's see how the phishing is going on. So Mindaugas, as you remember, is really obsessed with phishing. And at the same time, he is very active on social platforms, different forums where the phishing topic is discussed. One day, one of the forum members, quite active, well noticeable, he is reaching Mindaugas and suggesting a quick money offer. Fast money, no risk, easy. The only thing what Mindaugas needs to do is actually, according to the received packages of ID documentations, he needs to open accounts in various financial institutions. What can get wrong? He is not even needed to use his own ID for this part. Mindaugas is accepting the offer. And actually, I can disclose a secret for you because one of my colleagues did an experiment 1 year ago. And during the 8 hours, like normal business day, he was able to open 10 accounts and to register 2 entities, companies. So now you already know that Mindaugas is not the mastermind of the operation. He is not even understanding where he is involved. Although he understands that something illegal is happening, but he is taking the offer. Such people like Mindaugas are participating in the schemes of cybercrime in the very interesting ways. And it could be like the end of the story. We do not have the criminal, we have some suspectors, somebody is doing something, but let's add a bit cinnamon to the story. Despite that, if you do not like cinnamon, so I apologize for that. But what if at the moment when Alex said to Angelina that he actually needs a surgery and needs those 7,000 euros, but he's not asking money from Angelina. He has a friend, but friend unfortunately is traveling in Asia. And there are some limitations, fees and restrictions why the friend cannot do a direct transfer to Alex's bank. But Alex already discovered that Angelina's bank is accepting those transfers from Asia. So he is asking just a favor, to accept the transaction and to send to Alex's account, because they already did this a few times. Just in seconds, Angelina, from the victim, is turning to the criminal. Cybercriminals are actually gaining their goals by breaking human code with social engineering. And just in seconds, those ordinary people are turning into money mules without even understanding what they're doing, like Angelina, with some concerns and red flags, like Daiva, and really well understanding that something illegal is happening, like Mindaugas. And it could be very, very easy right now to end the story again by saying that everything is clear. But actually, in the backstage, there is happening a lot of things. Those who are working with the cybersecurity and the cyber kill chain probably are deconstructing this story quite easily. But we should look to the crime, the single one story, not just a single event. Cybercrime as a service is much more popular than we think. There is not one cybercriminal behind the screen or one opportunistic fraudster trying his opportunities. There's a huge preparation done with the fake accounts, data breaches, profiles, financial institution accounts, and everything possible. And there's numerous situations like Angelina. This scheme is actually from the real operation, so I will not deep dive into a lot of details, but I would like to pay your attention to the complexity of everything what was prepared in order to get this 7,000 euros transaction. call centers, IT hubs, infrastructure, mule recruiters, mules themselves, victims, financial institutions, and financial instruments. And if Angelina would decide not to talk, nobody probably would know about the scheme. Single story, single event, single malware attack, single data breach, single cyber crime. It is just a single piece of the grand puzzle. And as we are undergoing the exciting digital journey, let's not forget the human. And I would like to invite you all not only to embrace the digital reality with the full of endless possibilities. Let's embrace the spirit of collaboration, knowledge sharing, especially with your relatives, families, and all people around you. In doing so, we will consolidate our defense. We will outspace cyber criminals. And we will make our cyberspace safer for us all. Thank you.
What a story. That was a really good story. So guys, any questions from the audience? No questions. Okay, Paulos.
We have some questions.
Yeah, Paulos is always have a question. He's the questions guy.
Nice.
That's really cool, yeah.
Maybe nice presentation, as always, very nice infographics. One question, and maybe as a person who's more in this field and looking around, is it true that younger generation is also getting hit more by these cyber attacks compared to like a few years ago? That Gen Z is also more susceptible, like older people, to cyber attacks and all these laundering schemes?
Yes.
Okay, that's sad to hear.
Short and quick. Okay, another one.
Is there any reason that, maybe it's only my example, but I know the others, that we are receiving scam calls in Russian language in Lithuania? Are they a part of the same scheme, or is it something else?
Language-based attacks is one of the attack surface. So it is the answer why we are attacked by the Russian-speaking criminals. And they would be not so successful in the countries where Russian language is not so popular.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, other questions from the audience? No? I have one for the audience as well. Do you guys ever were attacked by something like this? Any of the fraud, anything else? Yeah. Yeah, looks like we have so. How it went for you? Do you want to share? Nobody wants to share. Marius want to share a little bit. Okay. Yeah.
I will share a little bit of a long story, which happened for me as a representative of the company, not personal one. So we had a third-party company, which we had subscription-based, so to say, support. And 1 year, we knew that this company was bought out by other bigger company. And before our subscription, from my own accountee, I got an email asking to change where we transfer the money. And at the end, we found out that the bad guys broke into their server. They had owned this only account. They were reading and resending mails they wanted, and the ones they didn't. They took the knowledge about changes in the company, and they were actually, for multiple customers, sending different places where to send the money for yearly subscription, and it's tens of the thousands actually. But how I caught them, so the bank account was in Romania.
And that's it?
And it's Swedish company, you know, so from that point, I myself blocked, you know, finance to pay that. And then I tried to get, you know, already financial documents digitally signed. So they send me the paper signed, hand by written. And when I asked why I can get like digitally signed document, I got like this long email. While I'm so stupid for asking such a stupid questions, etc., etc. And after 2 months, I got the call from the manager of the company with already police, etc., etc., asking to send all the data.
That's a great story. I was thinking about the grand scheme that you showed, like the whole infrastructure and everything around that. Where do you think we are going? What's going to be next, in your opinion?
I think that if we will take a very serious the risk management in the stage when we are just thinking about the product and development and just thinking in the level of the idea what we are going to develop or to create, there will be harder for them. Otherwise, as all technologies, they have both sides. They can be used for bad and for good. Let's hope that for good will be more.
Okay, and what about the agents and AI?
Yeah, this topic was not touched, or this aspect of the situation was not touched, so let's leave it for the next time, because it is really changing the landscape of the crime. And actually, just referring to your story, today morning I have read an article that Deloitte has been hacked, and 1 terabyte of data has been stolen. So we can just wait more stories with a simple classical scheme of changed account.
It's really funny though, because we had a no-logs audit with Deloitte and we were just thinking to publishing the report and we are now thinking what we're going to do about it as well. So yeah, thank you very much. A really great story and great presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, I see that Alexis is ready, and this is a little bit another part, I would say, right? He is gonna be more of an attacking side, and gonna share how he was drinking free coffee, something like that, and then had a call from one of the guys that are in the audience already, I see. So yeah, looking forward for that. Enjoy the ride.
Yeah, so couldn't have asked for a better introduction than that. So yeah, I see today the stars have aligned, kind of. So the presentation before me mentioned Alex. And yeah, here I am, kind of as a cyber criminal myself. So it is what it is. So yeah, let's get right to it then. Before we start, there are a few disclaimers I have to tell you. So first of all, I am not allowed to tell any company names, obviously. It was at their own request, so it is what it is. Also, this was not a breach. This was a very trivial, I would say, vulnerability that I just happened to discover and kind of poke more than the usual, interest would let you. And also, this is obviously not hacking 101, and please don't do this at home or especially at the office. And yeah, your mileage may vary, as you will see. So yeah, the agenda here will be kind of a two-parter. First, we will start with the fun part, how everything was discovered, my conversations with them and within the company, as you will see. There will be a kind of a boring part involving some legislature. I will try to kind of skip through it quite fast. I know law is boring for most people, so we'll see. And yeah, and some takeaways after that. So yeah, let's start with the whole genesis. Back in last year, Vilnius got a brand new Cyber City office. And one of the perks there is brew coffee. It's in Building A. If you don't know, come visit. It's very nice coffee over there. I've tried that myself several times already. So yeah, as myself being from the Kaunas office and Kaunas people kind of usually being modest but straight to the point, we were asking, well, what about us? And 2 weeks have passed. They came up with a very nice perk. Every Friday, you go to the office manager and you get a coupon that adds 3 euros to a loyalty program for one coffee shop. It's very good, I would say, because you not only get coffee, but just today I was told that that same coffee shop chain has very good cheesecakes. So if you happen to figure out which coffee shop chain I'm talking about, go ahead and try those out. So yeah, we were kind of taking those coupons one by one. Fridays have passed, and at some point, my teammate, I believe, mentioned that, hey, these codes kind of look similar, don't you think? And we kind of gathered a bunch of those in one place and looked at them, and yeah, most of that is just the same. Only the last 6 digits kind of change. So what are the odds that you might just accidentally guess another code that works? Let's give that a try. So that was my original one. The codes are, by the way, kind of came up from my mind, but they follow the same format. So if there's accidentally just happens to be one that works, so it's on you. So I just open the app, where I need to submit these promo codes, and I just go, okay, +1, nothing happens. A few more times, and hey, another +3. Cool. And being a software developer, the next natural question is, well, I don't have time for this. Can you automate it? So yeah, apparently you can. First, we need some prerequisites. So get the app from the Play Store. As I'm an Android user, so I go to the Google Play Store. I fetch the APK file, which is basically, you can consider like the app file or the installer for the app file. And it is just a glorified zip archive with some Android bytecode on it. So there are a lot of online tools that can just completely disassemble that, extract, and convert that back to code. This is one of those websites. Kind of hid some details there. This is just like your regular zip archive, right? So what we need here is to find a few important details. So first, like, how are these requests being done from the app itself? What kind of format it needs to follow, and any other necessary details. So these are just conveniently placed all of the payloads in one folder, and also conveniently placed all of the API endpoints in one file. So it was just like 5 clicks to find all of the information. And one endpoint that interests us is this activate promo code. It takes a promotion body and gives some promotion response. I've censored also the whole endpoint, so it's not too trivial for the viewers to just try this while I'm speaking. So you have to do your own work, leave that as an exercise for the viewer, I guess. So yeah, let's try V1, proof of concept. This is a tool called Postman. It's very good for testing APIs, but also just checking in whatever payload you want and fire an API request. If it follows the right format, you will get a good answer, right? So yeah, this was me just trying one random promo code. The API worked. It gave me a good response. Unluckily, this is not a valid or, well, an expired promo code. So no luck there, but hey, we have something to work with. So let's just keep on trying that over and over again, right? Well, not so fast. They kind of thought about this abuse, I guess, and imposed a rate limit. The rate limit is just 100 requests every 30 minutes or so. But that's not going to stop me, right? It's just manual work. It's just, okay, do it for 5 minutes, take a break, get some coffee, I guess, and come back and do it all over again. So yeah. Armed with that knowledge, once again, we have everything what we need to write some code and fully automate that. This is a screenshot from the quick application that I wrote, which just creates that HTTP client and just tries one code after another while respecting those current rate limits. So the last part, as you see, is just the next time I will attempt to, let's say, try a code is just. Also, I didn't want to make myself too obvious for them, I guess, by just spamming 100 requests within milliseconds. So there was 1 request per second, but you have 30 minutes, plenty of time. And one other optimization I tried to do here was that going through the code sequentially backwards, because the thought process here was, well, if I'm getting codes right now, and it's, let's say, it's just 11000, so if I go up, like 1, 2, 3, and 4, well, maybe those codes are just not generated yet, right? So I will probably get not a lot of good hits, and maybe the whole venture will be in vain. So I try to be smart and go backwards, because if you go backwards, then chances are these codes will exist, right? So I coded this up. It was Friday evening at home. I started it and kind of forgot about it until the Sunday evening. I come back on Sunday, kill the app, and check what I have in my account, the coffee shop's account wallet. Yeah. Apparently, if you do the math, on average, that was like 12 or so euros per batch. And when you convert that to an hourly, wage, it's 25 euros. Not too bad, actually. So yeah, that was just 5,700 codes. And as you might remember, it was 6 digits that are changing every time. So it's a search space of, let's say, around 1 million codes. So extrapolating to that, assuming that there's uniform distribution and all of that statistical stuff, there might be around 126,000 euros just hanging there, ready to be claimed by someone or forgotten by someone. So yeah, that's a pretty serious issue, considering that I've done that within a weekend, right? And that was like very naive implementation. You could also automate account creation, you could automate login, all of the regular user behavior, and kind of collect all of that 100,000 plus euro within a day, let's say that. So yeah, we have a problem. We should probably tell them about that, right? So how did that go? On that same Friday evening, I shoot them an email saying, hey guys, you kind of have a vulnerability. Maybe you want to fix that, right? I have all of the code, I have all of the information, I'm ready to assist. Like straight up immediately, just be cooperative, right? Nothing happens for like multiple days, no response, nothing. So I shoot a follow-up as well. So, hey guys, oh, and I also CC'd the fintech company that apparently is hosting the actual API for them. So I thought that maybe going straight to the developers might be a bit more, easier, or easier to communicate at least. Boy, was he wrong. So yeah, I shoot a follow-up, mentioned that 100,000 euros that I figured out over the weekend, and kind of as a sense of urgency for them to, I don't know, reply at least or acknowledge that I'm trying to communicate with them. I told them that, well, if I do not get any response, that I might as well just go to the National Cybersecurity Center and kind of handle it that way. Immediately, I get a response. So yeah, it's the usual hello. We didn't want to get back to you because we took some actions. What actions, I still don't know. And the other paragraph mentioned that, yeah, we reached out to that cybersecurity center ourselves because we need a clarification. That clarification apparently is they are not sure whether this counts as a theft, and that theft can be equivalent to some physical card theft. I don't even know what cards here are involved, but since this was all done via the usual contact us email that's just general to the copy shop, I would guess that they also didn't know what's going on too much. But yeah, that sounds scary because, well, they apparently took some actions, and who knows what those actions might be. I immediately tried to de-escalate the whole situation, just once again reminded, hey, I'm here to collaborate, I still have the money, I didn't spend it. If you want, you just can revert it all of it back, just pretend nothing happened, right? I'm here to help, right? So yeah, that day ended, and I haven't heard from them ever since. But there's another part of the story, because the next day, that last part of the communication happened on Wednesday, I believe. So the next day was Thursday, and I was going about my, more morning stand-ups, the whatever rituals developer does, and I get a ping from my second level manager that, hey, would you want to grab a coffee with me at the kitchen? I'm telling you, coincidences all over the place. So yeah, I go to the kitchen and I see my second level manager, my first level manager, and now myself just sitting there, just discussing things. And one of the questions was, well, hey, you remember that your experiments with the whole promo codes? Did you send any emails asking for money or something like that? And I was, whoa, hold on, money? What's going on? I mentioned that there's money involved, yes, but I didn't ask for anything. So yeah, let's see what actually happened. So it was my second level manager before all of that who got a ping on Slack from none other than our chief risk officer. So yeah, he's in the audience right there waving. So yeah, hey, I have this weird situation with Alexis and his extracurricular activity, not related to work, by the way. Could you help me out? And very luckily, that both of my managers knew what's going on, because I was just fooling around at the office, and it's just everyone knew that we are getting coupons, and I tried some things there. So he's replying, yeah, we're aware of his experiments. What's going on? Yeah, I have a pretty angry fintech CEO on the line. We're getting extorted or something like that. Can you just help us figure all of this out? And they basically forwarded Ramūnas to me, and after that, we exchanged multiple conversations. I sent him all of the emails, all of the communication, all of the things that I did, just trying to be fully transparent. And yeah, it took a couple of, I guess, phone calls, back and forth between Ramūnas and that fintech CEO. Eventually, it kind of fizzled out, thankfully. And they just told us, yeah, okay, we'll see. We'll fix some things, and let's just pretend this didn't happen, right? Okay. So what actually happened there, right? So I figured out later that day that via LinkedIn notification that sometimes sends you whenever someone views your profile. So it actually sent me a notification that someone who's working in fintech viewed your profile. So yeah, they opened my profile. They saw that I'm working at Nord Security. Okay. Then they went to a website for the internationals. It's like a whole registry of all of the companies in Lithuania. It hosts various contact details, some financial stuff, or no amount of employees, and so on. So yeah, they went to that website, found the actual phone number that's attached to Nord Security, called that number, and somehow that got escalated up to our CRO. So that's fun, I guess. Not for me, and probably not for everyone involved in this story, but hey, down the line, it's one way to reach out to me instead of replying to an email, I guess. So now what? First Friday after the vacation, we're going for our traditional Friday coupon. So as a reminder, this is what we got before. And it was me and a coworker from the office who got a coupon each. So we checked those, and I see, well, wait, there are more different numbers now. Okay, I guess that's one way to fix it. So looking at the math there, it's, I guess, 1,000 times less likely to guess. And I also checked their API. They reduced their rate limits also so that you can make now 10 requests every 30 minutes. So an effective, let's say, 10,000-fold decreased chance of actually finding something. So if you remember that 700 number over the weekend, well, I guess it makes now, what, 7 cents over the weekend. Okay, if you're not paying for the electricity, then maybe it's worth it, but otherwise, I guess not. So let's call it fixed. So yeah, how do you do this the proper way, though? And as you can see, there's the word law mentioned, and when you mention the word law, you also have to attach an asterisk to that. So there's this Republic of Lithuania law on cybersecurity. It's basically established since 2015. It defines the various responsibilities of cybersecurity and various institutions, asterisk, and kind of establishes the whole National Cybersecurity Center as an institution who's responsible to deal all of the cybersecurity sector stuff in Lithuania. What interests us is that Article 25 also outlines the guidelines for responsible disclosure for those institutions that I mentioned, so asterisk once again, and also implements various EU acts as NIS2, and we'll give a brief, I guess, advertisement for Emilia's presentation after mine, who will kind of delve more deep into that NIS2 directive. So yeah, how to avoid liability. There are 7 points there, and you can play a mini game. How many of those I have breached? First of all, no denial of service, maintain data integrity and availability. I guess that was more or less kept in line, depending on how you define data integrity. I guess if someone no longer can get those 3 euros, then is the data still integral? I guess it is, but it's not theirs anymore. Stop as soon as the existence of vulnerability becomes clear. Yeah, no. Notify about your activity and results within 24 hours. I kind of did that, but then and every 24 hours if it lasts longer. So yeah, I didn't send any emails during like Saturday or Sunday. Oops, I guess. No intent to monitor, obtain, record, alter, whatever, any data more than it is necessary to confirm the vulnerability. Yeah, but it makes for quite a nice statistics slide in a presentation later on. So also, no usage of personal data, no matter how it was obtained. So I guess that makes sense. And also no brute forcing of passwords, illegally obtained or legally obtained for some reason. And also no social engineering. And lastly, yeah, no disclosure of information about the vulnerability to other parties. So depending on how you want to count this, but I even asked before this whole ordeal that, hey, is this going to be public or private? So luckily it is private, so I am here now. Well, what if you don't follow these? Yeah, first you get criminal code. Fun fact, this was the only thing mentioning any sort of cybersecurity or data-related incidents up until 2023. So what can you get from it, so to speak? Well, there's fines, there's community service, there's arrests, and can last up to jail time, up to 2 years, I believe. But if you target national infrastructure stuff, then it's up to 6 years, so be wary. But yeah, luckily 2023 came, so instead of decriminalizing certain psychedelic substances, the government decided to decriminalize this. So now for small offenses, how small, it's not defined. You just get fines up to from several hundred to, I believe, 1,800 euros. So it's more defined and I guess more manageable, if you're me, I guess. So what do we get from all of that is that, yeah, you probably should define if you're a company or advocate for it. If you're a developer or just working in cybersecurity, just define coordinated vulnerability disclosure guidelines. please do that. I have a couple of good examples. So for, let's say, Nord Security, we have HackerOne, where it's basically a managed service where you can very easily disclose any kind of security vulnerabilities or other issues that you find within the company's products. Also, Vilnius municipality does a great job. They have their own Hack Me If You Can policy, which also defines a lot of do's and don'ts when it comes to responsible hacking and vulnerability research. So props to them, but yeah, we have many others, both private and public sector companies or products that are just completely undefined. And yeah, it's just whatever you get is what you get, I guess. And with that brings me to the point that still mind the law and stay up to date with it and other guidelines. I got kind of lucky here is that the whole situation fizzled out and I didn't reach the police and the courts. And lastly, as cliche as it may sound, just communicate and be transparent. After all, is what also got me out of trouble in this whole ordeal. And once again, I can thank Ramūnas for being the very amazing middleman in this communication with the fintech CEO. And yeah, if you want, you can grab some references that I mentioned throughout this whole story, either via entering the link yourselves or just scanning the QR code. And I guess that is about it from me. If you want to talk more about this, then catch me at the after party or back in Kaunas, and I don't know, maybe you can just have a quick chit chat, and yeah, coffee's on me.
Ramūnas, hey, you wanna add some comments from your side? Maybe we can have a mic for Ramūnas. I'm really curious about your side of the story here.
So the story behind is quite simple from my side. It was like a regular day in my office, and I'm getting email from the office administrator with a guy like shouting into the email that some black-hat guy from our company is stealing money from them. So yeah, I called this guy and then started to get more details. So at the beginning, just he's shouting on me and telling me how bad this Alexis is, and yeah. So after that, I called Alex's managers. So the story already is the same like you already told. And actually, huge thanks, Alexis, for the cooperation, because it helped to save a lot of time for myself and then for the fintech as well, I guess. And then, yeah, I called back and forward, so many calls. And at the end of the day, I was like a consultant helping them to reach the current result you saw in the presentation with more numbers.
I'm really curious right now. How many do you have these kind of events a month?
No official statistics, but not every day. It's not happening every day, and it seems like this maybe, but not so often.
Okay. Any questions for Alexis though from the audience? Okay. We have one.
Hello. Okay, so 2 questions. Have you had like the urge to try other loyalty apps?
But it was just a quick check that we had, coupon codes for a popular food delivery app also at the office. So I just quickly, grabbed a few others and just cross-checked, is it the same vulnerability or not? But in the end, it amounted to like 2-point-something trillion variants of the same code. So I just thought, yeah, no, that's not possible.
Okay. And the second question, did you get to keep the loyalty money?
It's not official. I wasn't told that I can keep it, but I still have it, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. That's why you are offering coffee, right? We have another one there, yeah. We have one comment from Slack when we're gonna give the microphone. How many pumpkin spice lattes have you bought since then?
ever since then, I was kind of afraid to go to that coffee shop, to be honest, because when you need to kind of pay from the whole, loyalty wallet, you have to kind of show the whole app and the code to the barista. And there's a giant glaring number of 700 or something euros there, so that would probably raise some questions, right?
Okay.
Pretty much for presentation, it was really nice and explanatory. I like the openness about such sensitive topic, I would say. And while we have a lot of engineers around and in presentation, I would like to say, guys, while you're verifying things, please be careful, because kind of verifying that drop database in SQL injection would work probably would give you to trouble. So think twice before helping guys to find some vulnerabilities like that. And maybe I would like to ask about what kind of results for yourself did you find at that incident? What educational points you would like to clarify and would use yourself? Thank you.
I guess the main point here is that you're not as protected as you might think initially. Like even before that, I knew that there are some laws that kind of protect, white-hat hackers, but the fact of the matter is that even this law on cybersecurity, it has a bunch of conditions and all of that asterisk. So I think I forgot to mention that asterisk, so I can explain now. It's that it only applies to certain registered cybersecurity entities, and those entities are defined by that NIS2 directive, I believe. So even if you try to, let's say, scan or check a vulnerability for a company that isn't in that registry, and then if they decide to kind of file legal proceedings against you, well, that law technically doesn't apply. And even if you did everything according to what it says, well, it's still a gray area, and you never know how the court will interpret that. So I guess the main takeaway for me from here is that be careful and just communicate as much as possible and stop as soon as possible, I guess.
Hey, okay. Let's go for a coffee break right now. About half an hour, and I'm going to meet you, and we're going to have still 3 great and amazing presentations. Okay, and we are back. The last leg for Tech Days, only 3 presentations left. And if you are not following Emilia on LinkedIn, you should do that. She is already face palming. But really, guys, she does these amazing overviews of what's happening at legal law, whatever it is. I don't know. World and stuff. Really interesting and really professional. So, what she's going to talk about, it's really important for us as a company as well, and all the companies that works, I guess, here in CyberCity, more or less. So I was waiting for this myself. Emilia, enjoy. Take it away.
Okay, guys, I swear I did not pay neither Marius nor Alexis to promote me. If you saw his previous presentation, Alexis was already giving a lot of spotlights to legal topics. But we are going to talk about legal in these next 20 minutes. I'm just not going to cover the topic of vulnerability disclosure that Alexis mentioned before that is covered by NIS2, and I'm going to explain why. It's because NIS2 has 70 pages. The other legal act has 100 pages, and in these next 20 minutes, we definitely cannot cover it all. So I'm just going to give you a flavor of where cybersecurity regulation is going by explaining 2 EU legal acts and to show it how it impacts us as a company. So let's begin. Why are we talking about cybersecurity regulation right now and not maybe 5 or 10 years ago? It's because in just a few years, there has been an explosion in the number of cybersecurity acts that were adopted. EU alone, which is marked in blue, it has introduced over 9 legal acts on cybersecurity in the past 5 years. But you also have countries like US, UK, Singapore, and so on that are adopting regulation in this field too. And it's not surprising that the EU is in the lead because EU likes to regulate a lot, and it's very proud of it. I think these trends are very clear that the cybersecurity regulation is growing. So let's look at why is it happening? Why do we need mandatory cybersecurity rules? I think there was a lot of already points touched throughout the previous presentations, but the first is interconnectedness. So we talked already about the third-party dependencies, right? How much we depend on other providers when we produce our own products, but also the integration between suppliers and clients, which grant them access to important client systems and informations is becoming more common and deeper as well. So think about your managed service providers and how much information they have. So the attack vectors are definitely increasing. Also geopolitical tensions. So EU is really worried about the geopolitical threats that are spilling into cyberspace. And cyber warfare is a real priority for EU to tackle. Think about our critical services, for example, and WannaCry ransomware attack in 2017 that affected the whole UK hospital system and how much trouble it can have on on vital societal services. Then, growing number of cyber attacks, it's pretty evident, but it's estimated that by 2031, there's gonna be a new attack every 2 seconds. And targets are no longer big companies, it's all of us. So we need to protect businesses and consumers more. And voluntary standards. So frameworks like NIST or international standards like ISO, they have existed already for a long time, but the reality is that they're optional. So not all companies put them in their priority list. So governments are stepping in order to address these threats and putting mandatory cybersecurity risk requirements. And why it matters to you, so why should we care as a company that there is an increase in regulation? And I want to explain it with GDPR as an example. And I know a lot of you, when you hear GDPR, you think, oh my God, another swear word legal likes to reuse a lot. But the reality is that when it comes to data protection and privacy, GDPR was a game changer. And it completely changed how we do business operations, right? Every HR, product, tech team had to adopt how they interact with data. But it also opened a lot of business opportunities, and that we don't really think about a lot. But right now, the GDPR services market is a $1 billion industry. It's estimated to be at 3.3 billion, and it's expected to quadruple in the next 5 years. So I would say it started more as a B2B compliance solutions, consulting, auditing, data mapping, but after some time, users really became aware of their privacy rights and started demanding tools that help to enforce those rights. So I would say that it actually right now covers our own solutions, such as personal data breach notifications and personal data removal services as well. So I think cybersecurity industry is entering its GDPR era as well, and all of these new regulations that impose mandatory requirements are going to launch the industry even further. So what legal acts we're gonna talk about today, what legal acts you should remember? I'm gonna talk about 2. So the first one was already mentioned in the previous presentation, the second Network and Information Security Directive. I chose it because I would say it acts as a benchmark for most initial legislation, given its scope, because it aims to protect the critical infrastructure, so most important services for our society. But for us as a company, it actually will open a lot of new sales opportunities doors, especially for our B2B products, because when you have more entities that have to comply, the demand for security tools are also going to increase. And the next act is Cyber Resilience Act. And I chose it because it's really the first of its kind, really novel legislation that imposes uniform cybersecurity requirements for all digital products across the board. And it's really not seen anywhere else in the world. And for us, it means new compliance requirements for our products too. So how do they interrelate from the EU's broader perspective? So NIS2 aims to protect entities, right? It aims to boost the cyber posture of most important and critical entities for our society, while CRA aims to increase the cyber security of hardware and software products that are placed on the EU market. And while they cover different scopes, they share some similar principles, like risk management, incident reporting, and supply chain security. And those principles you're gonna see repeating throughout this presentation. And I would say they form a backbone of most cybersecurity regulation that we see nowadays. One technical, let's say, element for the legal presentation is that the NIS2 is a directive. And what it means that it has to be implemented and transposed into each country's national laws. And the deadline to do it was October 17 this year. But as you can see, the progress has not been even. So Lithuania is marked in green because it did publish the new cybersecurity law. It's actually not common for Lithuania because normally they're late for this. But other countries are lagging behind. And what it means in practice, it's imagine you're a company that operates cross-border. So you're gonna need to follow the implementation in different countries to understand what requirements really apply to you. Because the countries can raise the level of cybersecurity if they want in their national laws. On the other hand, Cyber Resilient Act, it applies to all digital products in the European Union, and the rules are the same across all the EU. So once the product complies with the CRA, it can be sold in the EU without any extra barriers. So now that we know where they stand together, let's go deeper into each one of them. So the NIS2 directive, it's actually an update to a directive of 2016 that left quite a few gaps, I would say. It wasn't clear who the law should apply and what requirements the companies have to meet. So here comes NIS2 with its updates. And the first update is an increase in scope. So NIS2 includes more entities as important and critical, and includes sectors such as food production, postal services, waste management, social media, and some of these sectors haven't really had to think about mandatory security requirements before. So now they're gonna have to build their cybersecurity policies and strategies from scratch. It also means that there's gonna be 10 times more entities that need to comply, and for us, more demand for cybersecurity tools, so good news. Next, very strict incident reporting deadlines. So if an entity that is important or critical experiences a severe incident, it has 24 hours to issue an early warning to the national incident response teams, then 72 hours to file an official notice, and 1 month to issue a final report containing all the details about the incident. And companies are really gonna need tools that help them prevent, detect, and then report those incidents, ensuring that they can focus their resources on actually resolving the incident rather than trying to meet these deadlines. And then for the first time, we have also 10 minimum risk management measures that the NIS2 sets out. So this is kind of a benchmark that the companies have to meet to comply with the directive. So it includes incident handling policies, business continuity, training to employees, and so on. But I really want to flag the supply chain security because it is really a big focus for the new upcoming regulation. And it really is important because the companies that will be affected by NIS2 are not only the important and critical entities. Actually, this requirement expands the scope much more because if you are a provider of a solution and you want to do business with a critical or important entity, it is likely that your client is going to demand you to meet these measures as well because they need to protect their own supply chain. So I would say the contract negotiations as well are going to be much more complex and dense. Contracts are going to get longer, and you're probably going to be discussing a lot like things about liability and damages, who should be liable if the incident happens in their end of the supply chain. And as I said before, some countries, the countries have to implement the directive into their national laws. And they can also specify the exact technical measures that those companies have to meet. So for example, Lithuania, it published a list of 70 technical measures that companies have to implement. And it includes a requirement to use a VPN, fireworks everywhere, yes. So even implementing acts are actually codifying the importance of our solutions as well. So now moving from business opportunities to compliance, the Cyber Resilience Act, it was adopted this year, but it will start to apply fully in its scope from 2027. And it was called by some as the new GDPR because of the impact that it will have. And that's why I gave the example in the beginning why GDPR was so revolutionary. But if you still are not convinced why it matters, plainly said, it can lead to very big fines if we don't comply. So preparing for this act early is really important. So what does it cover? It applies to products with digital elements that essentially are any software or hardware product that is capable of processing or transmitting data. And the scope is super broad. It covers anything from a laptop to a dating app. And there was a lot of discussion about inclusion of software into the scope, but the final text is really clear that it doesn't matter whether the software is standalone or embedded into a hardware product, it has to comply with the CRA. And this, I would say, is the novelty, really, because I don't know of any other regulation that imposes standalone software cybersecurity requirements. But of course, wouldn't be a legal presentation without the rule and then the exception. So there is some exclusions of software, and the example of that is a non-commercial open source software. And it's because the legislators thought it would be risky for innovation that imposing these requirements may have, because open source community rose up and said, it's too expensive, we cannot comply. So they lobbied out the exclusion from its scope. But even though it might look as a broad exclusion, it's actually really narrow, and I really want to focus on the element of non-commercial, because open source software that is supplied in the scope of commercial activity is still under the scope of CRA. So for example, our Linux app, it still has to comply. And to just highlight, the importance of this act to our company, it also lists some important and critical products that are subject to higher scrutiny. And these are password managers, VPNs, and antiviruses. Yay. So what are the requirements that actually these products now have to meet, right? First, the essential security requirements. So products have to be secure by design and by default. And this security must be ensured throughout the entire product lifecycle, so from planning to development to maintenance and so on. And this includes conducting risk assessments, addressing vulnerabilities, ensuring there is no unauthorized access to data, and so on. And I think for software purposes, the secure software development lifecycle framework that we're also implementing in our company is actually going to be key to meet these requirements. Then vulnerability handling. So this focuses on identifying and managing weaknesses in software. And actually just the previous presentation showed an example of how sometimes reporting vulnerabilities as a third party about a product that has it can be difficult. So this also includes for companies to adopt a vulnerability disclosure policy. So it actually allows third parties to report the vulnerabilities easier. But another important element of it is the software bill of materials, which essentially is a detailed inventory of software components, including third-party dependencies, open source libraries, and so on. And it should cover, at the very least, top-level dependencies. And actually, the developers are going to have to exercise a much higher duty of care when implementing those third-party components, especially open source software that is not covered by the CRA, because ultimately we are liable if our product comes out in the market and it's not secure. Then the conformity assessment. So companies have to declare that they comply with the previous 2 requirements. But if you sell an important or critical product, such as VPN, this declaration has to be done by a third-party auditor, so audits. And then after you go through this procedure, you have to affix a CE marking to your product, or if it's a software, you can publish it on the website. And without this CE marking, no product can enter the EU market. And it will act some sort of a seal of trust that the product is secure. Then technical documentation, so you not only have to implement those things, you also have to document them and store it for 10 years, which is a very long period of time. And just imagine the sheer volume of documents and the need for robust data management solutions as well. And finally, incident reporting. So if the product experiences an actively exploited vulnerability or a severe incident, you have to report that simultaneously to both the national incident reporting teams and to ENISA, which is an EU cybersecurity body. And this all has to be done through a single digital platform. And ENISA is going to hold a database with all the vulnerabilities. And some people think that it might not be the best idea to hold a database with all the vulnerabilities, even if after the product is patched, because it can become a target for malicious actors as well. So let's reflect a bit. The key takeaways. Is all of this EU regulation good or bad? Right? Some companies have this view. Europe regulates and America innovates. But the regulators definitely have a different view. They love regulation and they're very proud of it here in the European Union. But I guess regardless of where you stand in this debate, the reality is that the cybersecurity regulation is here to stay. And I would say EU normally acts as a launchpad and then the rest of the world follows. We saw it with GDPR. I think it's likely that we will see it the same with cybersecurity regulation. It will also add a lot of new complexities because companies are going to have to try to find this balance between security and innovation. It is estimated that it will cost companies the total of 29 billion to comply with the CRA requirements. So now you have to take these costs and implement them into your product budgets. And you also have to think about the time you need before you launch into the product into the market to ensure compliance. You also have to ask ourselves, do we already have the processes in place to make sure this balance works, or we have to still adopt them? But it's not all bad. There are a lot of new opportunities as well, because the demand for cybersecurity tools ignited by this push of mandatory cybersecurity requirements is going to increase as well. And I would say even companies that don't have to comply, they're going to demand these tools also because the new market and the new standard in the market is going to change too. And I think it's our chance as a cybersecurity first company to be the leaders in the market of doing that, maybe even defining those standards if we want. So it is possible to come out of this regulatory web as winners, but it will require a lot of more collaboration because it's not a legal challenge, right, that the legal department has to solve. How do we comply? It's a question for all the teams. So I invite you to share ideas how we can actually turn this regulation into a competitive edge for us as well. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
We have a big support group that came here.
All
today.
legal.
Yeah. Okay. So TLDR, there's going to be more work, right?
More work, yes.
Any good news besides opportunities?
Well, hopefully that we're going to be all more secure. Our products are going to be more secure. This is the intention anyways, but I think it not always, the regulation not always achieves the objectives it aims to, right? If you impose too many requirements and then businesses struggle to ensure how they meet them, you just increase the cost, increase administrative burdens, but you might not necessarily achieve more security. If we cannot innovate, we cannot launch products into the market, we might not have any products to buy, right? So I think next years are going to be really important for the implementation part of these acts.
Okay, any questions? Spoilers, as always. The main questionnaire.
Yeah, they called me a question in kindergarten. So I have kind of a question. So with an example of all the AI and intelligence platforms, and for example, Apple Intelligence, they decided that they don't even want to launch it on the European market because our GDPRs and so on are just too complicated. And oh my God, why would you not want to track all the users? So do you think there is a little bit of fear that this set a precedence that other countries will also say, okay, we could ignore this in AI, and then we can ignore this new regulation and just keep Europe in its own sandbox of regulations? What is your prognosis about this area?
I wish I could have a magic ball and tell you how it's going to be, but it's definitely a fear that a lot of people on the other side of this pro-regulation are talking about, right? Is it going to be so costly that companies producing software outside of Europe are just not going to want to put it in the European market, right? So there might be that we have different products. There also might be that we have different versions of products. One secure for the European Union and one, well, at least not compliant with the rules. But I don't know, it's very hard to predict what's going to happen, so I think we're going to have to see. I think it's unlikely that companies are going to decide not to sell in the EU at all. I mean, it's a very important market, right? And with GDPR, it also happened, and now they're playing all these games trying to evade legislation, but we still have Facebook, we still have ChatGPT, but with different settings.
Thank you.
Okay, another one?
Does Nord do some lobbying on national level or EU level on the cybersecurity topic?
We actually are part of a few industry associations in the EU and the US as well, and they track some cybersecurity issues as well. They're not really focused on it because some associations, they have members such as Google, Facebook, Microsoft. They're very advanced, right, already in this topic. So they are not really worried that they're not going to comply with this regulation. They already have the best practices. They're actually leading the industry. So the associations might not always prioritize these topics. We obviously are always pushing and sometimes even considering, more cybersecurity-focused associations. So yeah, we do try to influence it, but also I think we need more tech people that can explain to policymakers what are the problems with all these compliance requirements. So actually, if you're interested, I invite you to join and help explain, legislators what it means in practice, all these requirements.
One of the best security experts in the world talked about this topic as well, Bruce Schneier. He said that. Yeah. Any questions? We have another one here. The last one. You're going to have to talk private.
So do you know if these requirements for secure software also apply to small businesses? Because I think it's manageable for bigger companies, but if for example you have a startup with 5 people and you have to go through this all legal process, it might be not even possible for you. So does this apply? Are there exceptions?
It applies, unfortunately, but the European Commission is going to issue recommendations and guidelines of how the SME should comply with the CRA. So actually, they are thinking about the size of the company as well. It's just that they're not differentiating it in the act. They don't want to make it too easy. They're going to do it with the later implementing act, saying how it applies for smaller or medium enterprises. So it's a good question because, I mean, we have the capability, right, to do it, but smaller developers might not.
Okay, thank you, Emilia. Great talk.
Thanks.
Okay. Let's jump into the front-end world a little bit with Christoph, and he's gonna talk how to automate everything, right?
Right.
Right.
Thank you. Okay, so today it's all about design automation, but first I'm working on Aurora, which is our web design system for NordVPN.web, and might you have heard earlier that we have around 11,000 pages just on NordVPN.com, so it's all about scale. We have the design system for Figma that we're going to talk about today, for code, and basically bridging this gap of design and development together. That's kind of my and our job. So, a secret, I have not always been a designer. I actually started out as a front-end developer. First 3 years was front-end development. And then I kind of like always had contact with design and at some point said, design is just more fun, and never regretted it. But it also means I understand what developers kind of like feel and go through when they get a design and they hand over and they say, how should I ever implement that? And it also means at least once a year, basically, I get this itch of like, okay, it's time again for some JavaScript and CSS. And this is how the talk came today, because this year it was all about Figma plugins and how to create them. So just for anybody who's not in contact with front-end, Figma is basically our product design tool that whenever we create either for the app or for the website's design, we're using Figma, which is quite a great tool. And the cool thing is it also has plugins, so we can extend the platform, and there's already a lot of great plugins pre-created. So for example, like Unsplash, where you can get free stock photos with one click, boom, it's in your design. Stark for accessibility, which is getting more and more of a big topic here, so a big recommendation. And also tools like creating a QR code directly in Figma or creating charts. So the cool thing is there's a centralized marketplace for them. There's around like 3,000 plus free and paid plugins created by the community. But also as a drawback with any community project, they're often outdated, like last updated 1 or 2 years ago. We have to go through security checks. Often it's like one-person teams and they just say, nope, that's too risky. And of course, limited customization, because that plugin is there, you open it, and if it doesn't have the features you need, then, well, you're bad. You can try to contact them, but probably no answer will come. So why create our own plugin? So it's tailored to exactly your team's needs that you need. It's easily scalable, so you can start with a very small idea, just get it out there, and then you can see how can I expand it. It can be directly integrated with the existing APIs that we have and data, which could be quite interesting. And of course, you can yourself make sure that it's secure and compliant with any policies that we have, and it can be published as a private plugin. So let's jump straight into how to build one. The good news first, you only need 3 things. Maybe 6, but 3. So you need the Figma desktop app. It's not possible to, even though it's a browser tool, it's not possible to build a plugin in the browser. You need any of your favorite code editor and just some, I would say, basic knowledge of HTML and CSS and JavaScript. So you don't need to be a master or even intermediate. It's good enough to know the basics to get started. So let's take a look in the tool. So how is Figma structured? So on the left, we have the layers panel, where you can see all your layers. In the middle, basically your canvas, which is literally an HTML canvas, and you can see your design in there. And on the right, you have all the properties of the current selection, so things like color, like width, height, and so on. And so the good thing is, Figma is all built on WebKit. That means it also means we have basically access to the WebKit developer console, and can directly influence and use it in the tool. So for example, if we select something in our Figma canvas and then go to our developer console, we can type any like code we want. So for example, we could see, okay, please Figma tell me what's basically the attributes of my current selection. So If I type in the console, figma.currentPage.selection, I see, okay, I get this awesome list of all the properties like width, height, color, and so on, and can basically read, hey, what is this object about that I'm currently having selected? So taking a close look at this basic command, and the good thing to remember is that basically all commands that you use in Figma and the plugins are structured like that. So in the beginning, there's always the Figma global object, which is our kind of like main interface between Figma and the application. Then the second one is for example, current page, which provides us access to the object which the user has currently selected. And then the selection basically gives us this node back, so you can use layers kind of like and nodes interchangeably. So basically gives us all this list of properties of nodes back that we can then see. And the great thing is, we can not only see it, but we can also, there comes the power basically, we can also change it. So for example, of course, we can always change the layer name in the interface itself, but we can also go ahead and say, okay, current selection, please change, for example, the name property to console named layer, for example, and boom, it's reflected directly in your tool. The same for width and height of an object. So here, for example, we'd say, okay, the current selection, please resize it to 400 width and 800 height, and boom, it's changed in your Figma. And so where do we get all these cool features, let's say? Figma has a great API docs where they have listed all the methods and properties, so things like how to create text, create frame, and so on. All the different kinds of nodes. So again, let's remember, nodes are kind of like the layers in our Figma. So things like what is a rectangle node, what is a component node, frame node, and so on. And then, of course, also types. And I would say types is pretty optional. So in our, let's say, if we start off with a small project, we can always write plain JavaScript. But on bigger ones, if you say, okay, TypeScript is a must for me, then of course you have also a lot of custom types that Figma provides in their API. And some key actions here to remember is how to create basically a node, which would be just our Figma.createFrame. So this would just in your canvas create a nice little frame. Then we can go ahead and edit it with, for example, if we remember the name property, the resizing property, but also anything like corner radius and so on. And also editing text, of course, is very powerful. And we can change things like the font name, the font size, and characters. And so, for example, if I would want to create programmatically a frame in Figma, I would just create a new, basically, Figma create frame, then give it an X and Y coordinate on my canvas, and then just say, please resize it. And while this works quite well directly in the developer console, like we've seen before, it's probably not too feasible to then tell your designer, hey, I have this awesome code, it automates your work. You just need to type in like 12 different lines of code every time you want to do it. And gladly, that's where Figma helps us a bit here. So just directly in the interface, we can go to Figma, please create a new plugin, and we get this nice walkthrough with our first steps, just basically giving it a name for the plugin, and then deciding, okay, do I want to have on the boilerplate side, do I want to start completely empty with the default one? Do I want to create more of like a script that I run once but doesn't really have a user interface? Or do I want to go all the way, create a custom UI, and make like also a plugin that has actions, buttons, inputs, and so on? And so if we go with the third step and say, okay, please, I want a plugin that the user can actually see and interact with, then we get in this Figma plugin anatomy 3 different file types. One is the code.js, which hosts all your main logics and functionality it does. One is the UI HTML, which basically you can build there your complete interface just in plain old HTML and CSS. And the manifest.json is basically just a config file that you rarely need to interact with. I would say never, but it's there, so it tells you Figma basically some config things. So how this looks like in practice is basically that, again, on the left, we have all our code.js, all our logic that is executed. In the middle, we have the HTML with some CSS, which basically then builds what we see on the bottom, little window with some buttons, text, and an input field. And on the right, we have the config file. And so just going through what an example here. So maybe first let's look at the functionality of this plugin. So for anybody who's not familiar with web design, we have different responsive breakpoints, and sadly it's not advanced yet, this tool Figma, that we still need to build designs for each breakpoint. So for example, here we have one for XL. That's how it would look like on your desktop. And in the past, the designer need to go there, need to duplicate it, make it smaller, maybe 320 pixels, and decide, hey, how will it look like on my mobile? And of course, you can imagine with 11,000 pages, this gets quite bothersome. And so what our basic plugin does is you select your design, you say which breakpoint you would like. So like in our example, please XS. You press a button and boom, it's instantly there. And basically we save the designer now at least maybe 10, 15 minutes. And that's only one page. Now just imagine 11,000. That's quite a lot of minutes. And so going back, how this works, basically it's quite simple. Of course, it's always in combination with how we designed our components in the tool itself. But we're starting out with just loading our Figma UI with the first line. Then we get the selection like we've seen before. What has the user currently selected? We see, okay, is it only one node or is there more nodes inside? And then for each node, basically we go and see, okay, is this node basically for the breakpoint XL? And if yes, then let's change it to user input. So basically change it to the node type XS, for example, to the breakpoint. And then at the bottom, there's just some catch action and breakpoint selected. Again, stuff coming from the UI to catch it and then execute it. And so let's skip over that. The great thing again here is compared to community plugins, of course, you have the full control over the security and permissions. So you can just publish this plugin, only accessible by Nord Security employees, so nobody else will ever see it. You can fill out some basic data information like, okay, is it doing API calls? Is it private? And yeah, so that's awesome here. And the cool thing also, something I have not worked too much with, but has a lot of power, is that Figma also provides the REST API, which means we could, for example, get a lot of analytics from it. We could access data from outside of Figma itself, build a server tool, whatever. We could look at components and see, for example, how they sync between code and design. We can read and edit comments from outside of Figma again, and, for example, export assets without designer ever basically, or content manager ever going into Figma with one click. And some of the examples that we built is, again, the first one you saw is the breakpoint design automation, which saves quite a lot of time. But then another painful one was always, let's say, the peer review, where after I'm finished with my design, I need to give it to a buddy or a teammate and say, hey, can you go over it? Is it all good? Can we hand it over to developers? Because if we don't do it, then there's always some mistakes inside, and it just slows down the process. And as you can imagine, this peer review is quite bothersome. You need to go into each layer, look at the text. Is it the right one? Did they use something outside of the design system in the worst case? And this probably took, for each design, again, like 30 minutes or even longer. And so what this plugin does is exactly what a human did before. Basically, we loop through each node and each layer and see, like, okay, is there something that shouldn't be there? Did we use an icon outside of our system, let's say? Did we use a color outside of the system? And if yes, it tells you exactly where's your mistake and you can fix it yourself. So kind of automating this bothersome, like 30-minute process for each design. Then on the side of accessibility, we also built like a little Lighthouse reporter tool. So before, we kind of like each quarter went through a lot, let's say a selection of pages by hand, open Chrome, go to the page, start Lighthouse, start an accessibility check to have some metrics. And so we built a little script. So this is not a Figma plugin, but just a general Node.js script that takes your list of URLs, go through it, and gives you a nice little report. Hey, how am I doing on the accessibility scale? As we see on the components, we're doing quite well at a lot of hundreds. On some of the NordVPN pages themselves, we can improve for sure, and we will in the upcoming quarters. Again, saving quite a lot of time. So now jumping into strategies, how to get started. So this was overall first like just a small intro. You will not be a plugin master yet after this presentation, but it's great to just get started today or Monday. So first one I always recommend is workshop with your team. So Figma plugins are definitely kind of a very big step of designer and developer collaboration. So I always say, take some developers, take a few designers, sit together, brainstorm. Hey, what could we do better? What could we automate, for example? And as an example, we did it, and just after 30 minutes, we had like 18 fresh plugin ideas. They're all not, they did not become real yet all, but there were some awesome ideas that will save us a lot of time, and we will make the process better. Then we have Host the Figma plugin hackathon. So maybe after you have all these ideas, pick one where you say, okay, it's achievable in a few hours, nothing that I now need to invest a whole quarter in, and basically have a hackathon either in the evening when you have some free time, maybe a full day if your stakeholder is okay with that. But the important thing, again, open it to anybody. So it should be designers, developers, writers, content managers. The more, the better to have a plugin that benefits basically anybody. And this is for a lot for designers, because I guess designers are quite afraid now. How would I ever start coding even? So I would say find a developer that's interested in that, especially in Figma plugins. So at some point you will get stuck, and I also get stuck when creating the plugins. So either I'm going to one of our front-end developers and they're nice and helping me, or they don't have time and are just asking AI, which is of course always an option and is quite useful. Yeah. And another great thing about the plugins is that basically you get a lot of analytics from Figma themselves. So once you publish your plugin and you basically see people are using the plugin, you get some basic data. And with that, you can also argument quite nicely with your stakeholder or your manager. Hey, we're saving this much time. How about we now actually invest some resources to make it even better? Yeah. Then two great resources that I highly recommend to get started, beside, of course, the official Figma API docs, is one here on the left, which is Create Figma Plugin, which is basically a great tutorial. And on the right, we have a lot of full GitHub repository full of great examples that do different things, and highly recommend to check these two out and get inspired by them. And the next slide is more for designers, so probably developers don't need to listen to that, but basically for designers, I would say start learning, even if you're an app designer, like start learning some basic HTML and CSS and JavaScript, because it makes you a better designer. Like knowing the craft, knowing the actual where the rubber hits the road as a designer is so important, and don't be afraid, it's no black magic behind it. I can highly recommend it. And this is again then for everybody. Basically start creating. So I want to emphasize again, you don't need to start tomorrow having the greatest plugin ever that does everything. Just find a small thing that costs a lot of time at the moment and see, hey, how can I automate it? Maybe there's already some examples of it. Again, the Figma API is super beginner-friendly. You really don't need to be advanced in any front-end technologies. You don't need a groundbreaking idea, solve a small problem again, and then just release your experiment. You will get motivated by seeing people use it. They will give you some feedback, and then you can always make it even greater the next time. And with that, thank you very much.
I really like that bit about learning to code for the designers. What about for developers to learn about this design?
Always.
Yeah, what about vice versa, for the developers to learn about the design? Would you
Of course, I also highly recommend that. Yeah.
They are not agreeing with that, but oh well. Maybe some questions, guys, from the audience? Yes, we have one.
Hi, Christoph, thanks for the nice presentation. So how do you persuade development team to build such plugins? Because I'm pretty sure that not every team has a, let's say, a designer who has 3 years experience in development, right? So someone from dev team has to build it. So how do you like persuade? And maybe you have also some, let's say, some ideas that are very basic, and most likely, like every team will face such a similar problem, so they can start. There is something to start with. Say.
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, for a start, of course, you can always take our example. Now you have a case study. Hey, okay, we did that. It's worth it. We're saving a lot of time. We even can come up with some analytics to help you then, give your manager or stakeholder some hard numbers to say, hey, it's actually worth it. Maybe take Friday afternoon with the developer and see basically how we can either reproduce it or improve on something. And that's a great start, I would say.
Okay, I have one. Instead of Figma, is there anything like in the market?
Yeah, of course. There's always alternatives. I mean, Sketch is still around, even though less people are using it. Then at the moment, there came a new tool called Penpoint, which is much more focused on responsive design. And basically, any new tool that will come now is just moving this worlds of design and developer closer and closer. Like before, we had Photoshop, which was worlds apart. Now we have Figma. Okay, we have something like properties. It has a dev mode where you can actually get some React code out of it. And the next tool hopefully will be just a button click and I actually have the website.
Well, we have that already, more or less, right?
Yeah, but designers are still a bit hesitant. Like
that's gonna be a let's talk about the AI. Okay, we have 2 more questions.
I want to try creating my own plugin, but there are some obstacles for like privilege or downloading some packages from different websites. And what is the process to create a plugin within the company?
Well, there shouldn't be many obstacles. So as long as you have Figma access, and I think you need to edit a seat, not just a viewer seat. As long as you have that, you can go up there, create new plugin. It will create a folder, and then just with the Visual Studio Code, for example, you can just start it up. So there shouldn't be many hurdles.
Okay, another one.
Yeah, hi, Chris. Thank you for presentation. I have a question regarding your plugin. Like, I see it's already can find inconsistencies in terms of accessibility. Like, but can it identify like the places where it is? Because currently we are dealing with accessibility audit across all the platforms, all the designs. And I see no tools to automate this process because it's like only about UI side. So I'm doing it manually now.
So you're talking about auditing in Figma, so the designs, or in the web pages, the actual web pages?
Figma.
Okay. Well, that's a hard one. But at the same time, I always feel like with the accessibility auditing, we can only go so far in the designs themselves. Because as designer, we have more limited power there than the developers. Because what can we do? Okay, we can make sure the contrast is the same. We can try to add some alt text. But then it basically all needs to hit the road when we actually have the web page. So I would say try to approach it from a systematic level, making sure that your, let's say, text tokens and so on are meeting the right contrast ratios. But then everything else with the audit, I would really move to already existing tools from the browser, like X, dev tools, like Stark and so on, that actually give you the recommendations and errors in a list. Much better than in Figma.
Yeah, and this is what we do now. And also my question is, like, since now there are no AI-powered tool to check accessibility on this UI level, have you ever considered to connect actually AI to, for example, improve your plugin, to, like, it can just scan UI and highlight the inconsistencies or problems?
Yes, I have considered it, but of course it's a bit more effort than me who knows, okay, what are the most common, let's say, inconsistencies, and then hard coding it for now, again, starting more with a hack project. But that's a great idea and might something we can look into.
Okay, thank you very much, Chris. Great
Thank you so much.
Good. We have the last one, and the one and only Mantas, the AI expert, the best AI expert that I know around. He's gonna talk about his story of Kodi, right? So Mantas, enjoy.
Yeah.
Take it away.
Yeah. So I know
maybe all of you tired or just waiting after party, but brace yourself. We have one more presentation, and yeah, based on the title of presentation, you can see Cody is all you need. It is reference to one of the most important papers of large language models, transformers architecture, and this one we can skip. One most important thing we need to note at the start: ChatGPT is not equal to AI. That is not like, okay, a lot of people like to talk in terms like ChatGPT is just all models is ChatGPT. No, ChatGPT is not even a model. Like it is like brand name and nice front end interface to models. Models is GPT, GPT-O, GPT-4o, DaVinci, Babbage, and so on. And to better understand idea, AI is wide range of methods. Under that, you have like machine learning, you have deep learning, you have generative AI. Here we have our GPT models, we have Claude, Gemini, and other models. But like overall, AI is really wide term, and you can do not call everything AI if you're just building some small regression model. You can like be more precise like machine learning and so on. Talking about AI, it is not new term. Like ChatGPT was like huge wave of naming AI, but overall term of AI born in 1956, long time ago, 70 years ago. And we have huge development phase with AI. Like we had also AI winter. Due to computational power, it was hard to implement and research new methods just due to computational power. And after that, we have like development. We had different methods, different ways to do things. One more interesting thing, because Cody is chatbot, first ever chatbot was Eliza, like 60 years ago. And it was able to answer specific questions, just like a rule-based system, and that's all. And when we talk about ChatGPT and new models like Claude and so on, we have to talk about our transformers architecture. Like we have transformers architecture for almost 7-8 years, so quite a long time ago. But usefulness of our large language models we have like for 2 years, maybe a little bit more. And this one is new as Gartner hype cycle. Generative AI is going to like through of delusionment. That is like huge problem. Last year, based on Gartner, that was on the top of peak of expectations, and right now it is going down because everyone understands that with large language models, generative AI, you won't be able to solve all your problems. It is just not enough to do. But we have new systems or new ideas like multi-agent systems, just not one simple large language model, but like all system where agents can plan, can execute actions instead of just writing the text. And we have different technologies. And sooner or later, we will go to like plateau of productivity where we will apply those models. We will understand ways to apply those models and how to do that. This one is one of the best illustration of the big boom of AI. You can see NVIDIA revenue, like selling GPUs like crazy. You can see growing not like some percents, but in 100% in the first quarter, like growing further and further, selling thousands of new GPUs, H100 or A100 older one, to Meta, to Google, and so on. And one slide before our Cody presentation is I really like this one idea that artificial intelligence won't replace people, but like people using artificial intelligence will be replaced by other people. Like people not using artificial intelligence will be replaced by people who will use it. And that is true in one hand. You can see like we have a lot of automated solutions where people was replaced. So it is not 100% true, but for sure people who use AI will be like more productive, will be more will be able to do more work and do a better solutions. And our idea was also how to improve our processes, how to improve our customer support agents' work to make them more productive, like to unleash them from manually working and answering same questions. So our idea was to build chatbot. Like chatbot is like based on OpenAI. It is just first stage of artificial intelligence. Chatbot at start is like rule-based system. You can like make specific rules, and it will be able to answer user questions. But also you can move a bit further with reasoning models. Right now we have O1, we have DeepSeek from China model, like we have multiple reasoning models. And right now, like hot topic is AI agents. Everyone is trying to think how to build AI agents, how to implement them, how to execute actions with them and different stuff. But also it is not the final stage of everything. We have innovators where AI will be able to invent new things, and all organizations based on AI. And talking about our chatbot, it was like easy start. Just make simple TensorFlow, Keras classifier that would be able to answer questions. That was on my laptop. That was like simple classifier NLU model. And interesting that I had this one 3 years ago, I think, maybe 2 years ago, something like that. And ChatGPT was like not part of that, but that was just like first start of everything. And we done market research and tried to find specific models who would be able to solve our problems. Right now we have different services, like we have Rasa, we have Dialogflow, IBM Watson, and different stuff. You can use them. That they will work, but need to think if it is suitable for your like use case, because they are rule-based systems. You have to train them. It is quite hard. Also, Rasa right now have a hybrid solution with LLM, and we also done that. Even before Rasa done that in their services, we like started to change their code to use not only their solution for NLU, but also for to use large language models, LLMs, for like fallback, for action calling, and all things we wanted to do. And this is how Rasa Flow works. So we have user input, we have interpreter, like extract intent, entities, like it could be like user want to transfer domain. That's all. You have this one intent, and you go to specific story, specific path, and Rasa will just throw messages based on your predefined messages. That's all. And you are tracking everything, and also you can have actions. It is quite good, but you need to write all the stories. That is problem. You need to like write a lot of stories, and users unpredictable. They can write anything, and your chatbot will fail. I know that a lot of people have bad experience with all chatbots where you just ask something and I can't answer this question. That's all. You're throwing a new question that, and it can't answer anything. So first step we done in our solution, just expanded RASA with our RAG system, so retrieval augmented generation. Right now, it is working like a method. Everyone doing it. Even ChatGPT have like when you insert your PDF document, they're doing the same thing. And in this way, you have your own sources. Like we have articles, we have tutorials. We push all those articles into vector database. It can be Milvus, Chroma, Pinecone, you name it, anything. And after user asks specific question, you query that database, get documents, most relevant documents, and throw those documents to LLM, and LLM write answer based on those documents. No longer based on general knowledge, but based on those documents. Sure, you always can have like hallucinations, and it is hard to maintain that thing. But one suggestion is always keep temperature as low as possible. That will be like, LLM will be more deterministic and will be easier for you to handle all your problems. This one is our first conversation. You can see this one was really first conversation. I can't say that after this one conversation, all our conversation was perfect. Sure not. We had a lot of things to improve, but in this one, we had RASA and we had our RAG system connected together, like hybrid solution. And sadly, this one answer was generated by LLM, not RASA. So because RASA didn't code intent and LLM handled everything perfectly. Here came our idea why we need to keep RASA longer in our services. Like, if we can solve problems with LLMs, maybe just move everything to LLMs and that's all. But on that time, we had problem with models. We had only GPT 3.5 and GPT-4. GPT-4 was slow and costly, and GPT 3.5 was like not that good enough, was not able to call functions, a lot of problems we had on that time. But as I mentioned, everything was not perfect, and we had to iterate, we had to find solutions how to do these things. Like from beginning of this year, we started to build our own infrastructure to have our chatbot as good as possible, not to have third-party integration like RASA, just to have our own infrastructure. We can handle everything we want and how we want to do that, call functions to write answers, integrate with everything and different stuff. And as I mentioned, RASA was not able to answer questions when you have unpredicted question. That was hard for RASA NLU model, and LLM was good enough. So, but trade-off of LLMs is cost. Sure, it will be higher cost because in RASA you have predefined answers, you have classification model. Basically, you are paying just for server to host it. That's all. For LLMs, you are paying for each token you use. Each function you use will be like gradually increasing price and cost for you. And more functions you think, it will be like a lot of problems. Sure, but right now we are happy with this solution. That was perfect solution. And we have our Cody in all our services. Like we have customer support chatbot, we have website builder chatbot that is able to do specific actions. We have WordPress chatbot. We have sales in landing page. It is selling our plans to people. They can just have consultation, like something like that, for what plan would be better for them. And we have VPS chatbot. Since this quarter, our VPS chatbot can execute functions inside users' VPS. So if you, for example, want to know what process use most CPU, so chatbot can tell you that. And we are planning to implement solutions to execute actions that would be able to install specific things to do some sort of hard work for you. And talking about architecture, we do not have like much time, but we have our own architecture. We have Redis, we have PostgreSQL for like conversation saving. Redis is for short-term memory, PostgreSQL for like long-term memory. We have our handoff classifier. We always allow people to go to real person if they ask for them. We do not force people to use chatbot if they do not want to do that. There is no point. They will be not happy with this solution, and that's all. Then we have like code router, because we have multiple routers. We have code router where you use specific chatbot for to answer specific questions, and we have our LLM router to decide which one of our agents should answer question. So basically, we have a big agent system. We have, I think, there we have 6 agents, like 6 different LLMs with specific forms, functions, functionality, and our router decides which one need to answer this question. And after that, they can go back and decide another if the topic of the conversation changes. And we have different API calls, functions. We can check everything for user. And this is example. Basically, user can ask to update something, and we can do that. So no longer just simple text answers. You can do specific actions. That is like huge thing for people, because they don't want to do it on their own. They want to just have best possible website, best possible services. That's all. And talking about Cody performance, we can talk about 45% of conversation handled, and more than 500,000 conversations per month. And one more interesting thing, think about LLMs and what you can do with LLMs. It is like testing ideas, doing specific things. And one thing is like you can improve feature by feature. Do a specific thing to try to cut down that handoff %. Full transition into LLMs instead of hybrid with Rasa improved our handoff rate 8%. So it is huge numbers. If we have like 500,000 conversations per month, 8% of handoff handling, it is huge. Also, a lot of things like customer name personalization also decrease handoff, but increase our handling rate. But for example, rebranding to Cody instead of just chatbot we had before, no impact. And also model changes. GPT-4 Turbo was good. GPT-4o right now better, but at the start of a model it was worse. So you need always to wait a bit to get to know that model, how to use, because newer model is not always the best. And current challenges, sure, everyone is talking about evaluations. It is hard to evaluate LLMs because it is like text answers. You need to compare somehow. You can compare like semantic similarity. You can like use RAGs and a lot of stuff. But anyway, it is hard to do that. And because our chatbots use functions, we can always evaluate them based on if those functions was used or not in the chat. We expect them or not. So it is like simple classification, like you can calculate accuracy, recall, precision, any metrics you want. And our team, like I said, I started that locally, just throwing code, trying some things with TensorFlow and so on. Later, we started Rasa together with Arnas, and we were like 2 developers there. And right now we have team, I don't know, maybe 40 people in the team working on chatbot, so quite a huge team. And coming back to evaluations, I said that before, you have different ways to do that. Like right now we are doing a lot of things like using another LLM from chats to extract information, extract summary, extract keywords, intent, and different stuff. So we can like analyze that data easier, and it is easy to do, and you no longer need to read all the chats. You can't put all the chats into prompt and just ask things, but you can extract information and summarize that information. There are always ways to do specific things. If you want to do go more mathematical way, you can use clustering. You can use like BERT topic modeling. So there are different ways. And talking about frameworks, one of the most important, I think, and one of the most advanced is Ragus. So everyone who is working with LLMs can try that. DeepEval, ARIS, and I know that we do not have time, but still, let's go through what this future looks like. Based on J12 report, we have like this one, Elo scores by company. Sure, OpenAI is still leading, but that growth is no longer that big compared with start of the model's Elo score. And you see that sometimes other companies catch OpenAI for a specific time, but OpenAI again releasing new models, going up and up. But we have another topic like open source models. First, closed source models is you do not know where you are sending your data. You are not sure about that. Sure, you have like agreements with OpenAI, you have agreements with Azure. They are like not using that data for training, but you're sending that data outside. And there are more and more models that can be hosted itself, like Llama models, Mistral models. And they are pretty good compared with closed source models. So it is always the way to do if you want to like use models and use those models for a specific case for sensitive data maybe. And you have solutions. And O1 release was a huge improvement in benchmarks, like for math problems, for different problems like exams. Like with O1 model, you can solve your own exam. You can solve different integrals and math problems. But pretty good, sure, not 100% accurate with all solutions. And sure, maybe like marking, maybe letters will be different compared with what universities use, but it is good solution. And because we are like in Tesonet and CyberCity, I know that our company is using AI for specific fields, maybe not that wide, but we are using. And based on this survey, like J12 survey, only 4% of companies future ready for AI. So that is quite sad statistics. And if we are thinking about like 25% of companies AI stagnation, not using anything. So I know that we are using, but I hope we will move faster in this field. And based on AI preparedness index, we have Lithuania in 25 or 24th place, something like that. Not good, but still we have what to improve, but quite interesting number. And last one thing is pain points in development. Like huge pain point is output accuracy and hallucinations. I said RAG functions and other stuff can control those. You can fine-tune your model if you want to do that. So there are ways to like reduce this pain point. And another thing is lack of technical expertise. Like we have people working on AI, we sharing knowledge between companies, but still a huge thing to improve, and like that everyone would be able, maybe not to create new chatbot, not to create new function, but to use AI in their work. There are a lot of things you can do. So these two main points, and sure, we have for SN Nord security, we have third point is data security. So ensuring data security with LLMs is hard because we send, as I said, you're sending your data, but you need to think how to do that. And I think that's all. So
Mante, a great one. I have one question in Slack. Thomas is asking, I saw that you had business logic as information inside the vector DB that LLM agents fetch information from. Yes, the first part. How do you make sure that the business logic is being followed? Do you trust the LLM to always follow these rules?
We have not only a RAG system. Our multi-agent system right now, we are using functions. So basically, our LLM decide which one function they want to LLM want to use, and inside function we have the like rules and different checks and output of the function. We control that. So we follow business logic. We have huge mirror boards for specific use cases. So current our infrastructure is more like not only LLM-based solution, but it is like hybrid solution. Okay. Like we have LLM uncontrollable, and we have control in our functions.
That's interesting. Any questions? Of course, spoilers. Oh, so many ones. That's good. Really interesting topic. Do we have a mic somewhere? Yes, Povilas, the one and only, the questionnaire of winter session 2024.
Yes, thank you. So thank you for presentation, very interesting. I guess one technical question. You said that the current code is able to execute like commands on the server to modify it or get the results. So it can do also modifications?
Right now, no.
No.
Read only functions like check memory, check CPU usage, and so on.
But
right
is
now.
Your system prepared to do like rollbacks and maybe using something like NixOS?
Right now we are thinking about solution like how to implement functions to use like install, reinstall something, and so on. So basically we will do backup before each implementation of a function. Like before executing function, we will do backup. We will execute function. And after that, if it fails or user is not happy, we will roll back. So we will be prepared to that.
Yeah, it just sounds interesting to try to use some immutable distros or like something as Nix, which actually has that mechanism already built in, and you have a declarative way to actually define it.
Yeah, NixOS is a good example, right?
Yeah. And the other more prognosis question is like, how likely do you think are we to going back into a new AI winter, which will also last again for some time?
There are a lot of talks about like where AI is going right now. Like we have stagnation a bit maybe because GPT-5 Orion, codename Orion, is not that good as expected. We will have leap to better functionality, but it won't be like hugely from GPT-3 to 4. So probably we will have few years of slower like improvements of AI. But still, it is hard to tell because right now, huge problem is that all our LLMs is based on transformers architecture, but there are a lot of things like liquid neurons. So
and there is now, I guess, they are trying to use diffusion inside the models, and I guess, yeah, all the models are static, basically, so it's how do you incorporate learning? Thank you.
Okay, we had some questions there. Okay, we have already an answer to the question. Another one?
Have you considered would it be practical or how much unpractical to host an open source model and to answer questions from open source model?
We have a huge load. So one of the point is that our responses should be fast. So to self-host models would be harder to do that because we have a lot of parallel callings. and we would need like to host, I don't know how many instances of the model to cover everything. So I don't know, it would be possible, but it would be hard. Like, okay, A100 GPU right now on Kubernetes would cost about 1,000 maybe, something like that. So we can understand that we would need maybe 5 of those, 5,000 per month. Good, but would be like cheaper compared with OpenAI, but we would be able, we would need to manage everything. And another thing is, as I said, we are using a lot of functions. We use a lot of functions calling, and open source models not all have that good function calling. So we would fail on that for sure. We are not, right now we also do not have a lot of different models. Like in our AI services, we have Claude, Gemini, and other models. But for chatbot, we have only OpenAI because we know that it works, our infrastructure works. So we have some ideas for self-hosted model, like to do handoff classifier, to do router on self-hosted model, but to do all the chatbot would be hard right now.
Dario, the last one. Okay, guys? Catch Mantas in after party. He's going to be here, I hope.
So, how good is the conversion rate when chatbot is offering to buy something?
I don't know if I can tell you a number, but it is quite good. We have huge sales per week through the chatbot.
Cool. And another one is, did anyone try to trick the chatbot to do some malicious activity? Like you mentioned, you can run something in VPS, but you said that it's read-only now. But
all our users authenticated. Like only sales chatbot is not authenticated, and you can't do a lot of things. Like you can run functions in VPS, but only in your VPS.
Yeah,
like,
I understand that, but you know, for example, before it was like you're talking a lot to ChatGPT and so on, and you can get some your way answer. So maybe you could trick him somehow into enter different namespace and run some stuff.
Impossible,
there.
because we have a lot of, as I said, we are using a lot of functions inside, not only LLM, but a lot of functions, a lot of checks, everything is authenticated through GVT token and so on. So you can't go anywhere else. You can't have another person history. You can't have functions for another person, and hard to do that. There was some tries to like use chatbot like their own chatbot, not to do what we expect to do, but now you need to be a writer for something. We had such cases, but with quite small prompt, a lot of functions, it is not that useful for users to do that.
All right, thank you, Mante, for a great talk. Guys, just like every Tech Days, we have a contest. Just check out the QR code. It's not a phishing link. It's not going to be a fraud for you, that's for sure. And nobody going to scan it right now. But yeah, just vote for the best speaker, and we're going to have a prize for him or her, just as a thank you gift. And besides that, I just want to thank you all for coming here. Thank you all for watching this event online. It was a pleasure as always for me. I want to thank you especially for the tech team that is here, for all the guys that was working. It's for Eimantas, Augis, Signas, Audris. Please have a round of applause for them as well. Of course, Monica for making this Tech Days beautiful, and the one and only Evelina, the organizer of the event. So I hope to see you the next session. It's going to be in spring, summer. We're going to decide yet, but I'm really happy that we kind of expanded this and we have a Teso community already with us joining. I was really surprised about the Hostinger and what they are doing in between their environment, especially with AI, CI/CD, etc. I hope to see more people coming from all the other products from Teso family and share the knowledge. So thank you for being. Let's catch up in after party.